Amsterdam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, very welcome to you all. My name is Ruben Delmage. Welcome to the very first Tshwane Super League auction. Can we give everybody, all the organizers, a big round of applause for a great event? So I think let's get started. We had about 5 minutes of downtime. We were just waiting for the generator to kick in. But without further ado, I would like to invite Siegfried Dorfling, he's the chairman, to come and open up the proceedings. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for everybody. Thanks for everybody who made the time to be here. It's a real privilege for us to have all of you here and partaking in this. I'm just going to say a few words regarding from the committee and from the organizers, just a few thanksgivings. And then we'll get it on the way. Welcome to the exciting world of the Tshwane Super League. Today we are gathered here for the auction of our up-and-coming cricket tournament. This event marks the beginning of the thrilling journey where talented players from across the province will compete against each other in the ultimate test of skill, strategy and sportsmanship. As we all know, cricket is not just a game, but a passion that unites people from different cultures, countries and backgrounds. It is a sport that celebrates diversity, teamwork and the spirit of healthy competition. Today we are fortunate to witness this spirit firsthand as we come together to bid for the best cricketing talent in the Titans and neighbouring cricketing unions. Over the next few hours, you will witness some of the best cricketing minds that the Titans and neighbouring cricket unions have to offer as they come together to build their dream teams. They will be analysing player statistics, performance records, and other crucial factors to make informed decisions. And as the bidding gets higher, the excitement will grow, as everyone will be eagerly waiting to see who goes to which team. I must also take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to our sponsors and partners, the E. Stewart Foundation, Houzit Sports, Sinnerville Cricket Club and Montana for this wonderful facility and occasion. Their support and commitment to promoting sport and nurturing young talent are commendable, and we are proud to be associated with them. Finally, I want to wish all the teams the very best for the upcoming tournament. May the best team win, but more importantly, may this tournament be a celebration of the spirit of cricket, where respect, fair play and sportsmanship reign supreme. It is my honor to hand over to Mr. Avery Volgraaf, who will explain the proceedings regarding the auction. Let's give him a round of applause.
Right, good evening everybody. Hope you brought your wallet with. Tonight's all about spending it and ensuring that you're creating a team that you can be proud of and taking this franchise and the TSL forward. In regards to the rules for this auction, there's 8 franchises, each of them consisting of 15 players per age group. The currency that we'll be using is TSL dollars. Each franchise has a budget of 7 million starting off with per age group. Each franchise has the option of retaining 8 players. Every player that is not retained, that franchise will receive 300,000 TSL dollars onto that budget. Bids will be made with the bats. You have about 5 to 10 seconds for the next bid to come in. If that doesn't happen and a player goes through as unsold, he will go to the reserve list. If it happens that a player is injured during the tournament, a player may be replaced from that list. The owners will be refunded on the money that they spent on the injured player, and they can buy another player for 300,000 TSL dollars. Starting bids will start at 300,000. Each bid will increase by 50,000. When we reach the 500,000 mark, it will go up to 100,000 and so on and so on. So to each of the franchises, good luck. May tonight be an awesome experience for everybody, and good luck with it. Happy days. Praat weer.
Thank you, Avery. Okay, so without any sponsors, it's really difficult to host anything like this. So I would like to welcome Aubrey Potgieter from East Stewart Foundation to maybe say a few words. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening to you all. Thank you very much to Tshwane Super League and to all the organisers for this great event, and it's really a great, and also the caregivers to these groups. Those who already devote their time and effort to help those in need, who often must do this work in the most horrible of conditions. We've got a philosophy of rather providing the fishing rod with a skill set instead of just providing a fish every day. We're looking to empower individuals and not to make them sustainable. Put them in a position to assist others in their community before as well. This we believe will create a better self-worth and change moral to an atmosphere of belief and hope. Sport is one of those opportunities for the less fortunate to learn a skill set. Not batting, bowling, fielding, but rather life skills. We also believe that to others in your community. We say thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with the proceedings. So we're going to start off by just announcing the franchises, just have a look at all their biographies. I would like you to please give every franchise a big round of applause once we've announced them. Let's start off with our first team to look at the biography. So first up, we've got RHS Cricket Academy, right? Owners there is Jan van Staden and Quentin Koetser, location based in Rustenburg, and they're going to be playing in the bright orange. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, so we've got the player list for the under-13s. Dandries Verster, Rudo Redes, Ivan Erasmus, Miguel van der Merwe, Divan Brunet, Ashton Ferreira, JP Hunting, Daniel Bester, André Freyer, Kobus Vosloo, Jaden Mokke, Eddie Kemp, Heinrich Kreer, Aman Raji, and then also C.W. Froelich. That's the under-13s. If we can move on to the next team, and that would be the Irene Villagers. Owner there is Valerie van Heeren, Pierre Koetser, and Doug Yates, based in Irene, and they're going to be playing in the green and gold. Let's give them a round of applause and welcome them. So the under-13s player list there is Fransjo de Villiers, the captain, Lucas Cronje, Johan Strydom, Ruan Minnar, Henko Smith, Samuel Niehaus, Aiden Snyman, Ivan Roux, Llewellyn Labuskaghni, Carlo Venter, Luan Kloete, Via Newberg, Jaden Labuskaghni, the wicketkeeper, and also wicketkeeper assistant there, Ruan Graaf, and then Adil Kasim. So the next team that will be here is JC 360 Cricket Academy, and Johan Kloete and Dion Keiler is the owners there, based in Centurion and in Pretoria East. They'll be playing in the Navy and Blue Sky, and of course, the under-13 winners for 2022. Let's give them a round of applause. Under-13 player list there, Christian Linde, Dylan Kreer, Johan Liebenberg, Jordan Liebenberg, Ruvan Jansen van Vieren, Morde Liebenberg, Jaden Kiesenberg, Franco Julian, Dandre Polly. We've got Adrian Duplessis, Laurens Grobler, Justin Pretorius, Rian Kloppers, Paul Bester, and Christian Venter. Right, the next team is the team of Cricket 101 legends. Abri Volgraaf, he's the owner there. A location based in Hoërskool Elderrein and Laerskool Vierda Park, daar by Vieries. Colors, they'll be playing in black, white, and electric green. And the previous Tshwane Super League achievements, under 13 runner-ups for 2022. Let's give them a round of applause and welcome them. The team there is Andre Botha, Evan De Bruin, Luan Bosch, Stefan Vermaas, Max Pelzer, Brent Sparkham, Zach McGilton, Divan van der Westhuizen, Kian Boshoff, Kelvin van der Westhuizen, Ruan van Breda, Dylan Hallis, Nathan Pelser, Heinrich Fourie, and Gideon Stein. Next team, Excellentium Cricket Academy, owners there Sean Bongus, and they're based in Centurion Hoërskool. And they were playing in navy and green, and of course their previous TSL achievements under 17 runner-ups for 2022. Let's give them a round of applause and welcome them. Thank you guys. Under 13 player list, Sal Mohammed, Gustav Reinders, Eben Kotze, Ruben Serfontein, Altus van Breda, Vian Staak, Adrian Hindel, Ben Skomper, Evan Ernst, Christian Benari, Michael Kutsie, Reinhard Vester, Vian Stein, Eckhart Strauss, and Jaden Bongers. And then, of course, the team of Shamrocks, the owner name Nico Martin, based in Midstream, and they'll be playing in navy and emerald green. Let's give them also a warm welcome. Under 13 team there, Rikus Holzhausen, Zander Smit, Beyers Pretorius, Leon Strauss, Handru de Villiers, David van der Vyver, Giovanni Rodi, Johan Kind, of Jonah Kind, big apologies, Charles Sallier, Luan Botma, Daniel Swanepoel, Tiago Naidu, John Boshoff, Keegan Gibson, and then Marcus Swanepoel. Okay, and then we've got the team of Vikings Cricket. They are under the ownership of Wimpy de Beer, based in Cinnabel Cricket Club, and they'll be playing in the black and pink, and of course, previous TSL achievements, under 13 plate winners final, and then also the under 17 plate final winners. Let's give them a very warm welcome. Under 13 teams, Reinhard Groenewald, Carlisle Jacobs, MC de Beer, Aiden Watkins, Rudolf Kirstein, Nathan Ferreira, Wouter Marie, Logan Rode, Sam Martins, Lou Dylan Hutting, Alexandra Potgieter, William De Lange, Aiden Viljoen, and then the captain Anton de Klerk, and then also Jessica Fourie. Right, so that's the team there. Then we've got a DKC, Academy of Excellence, under the ownership of Siegfried Dorfling. Location, they're based in Groenkloof and Cinnabel, and they'll be playing in maroon, cream, and green. And the previous TSL achievements, 2022 under 19 TSL champions. Let's welcome them. And of course, the under 13s there, Michael Ronald, Armand Nel, Erasmus Pretorius, Ruan Niemann, Tommy Dutoy, Marco van Zyl, Stegman June, Ruben Burger, Musa Musuka, Takura Mapukati, Kumo Macheka, Dietmar van Rooyen, Marco Petersen, Adrian Breed, and Janku Skuman. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Now we're going to move over to the under 15 retained players. So we're going to have a quick look at those players for now. So let's move on to those. Retained for the under 15s, the players for RHS, Christian Stoop, Zander Wenholt, Henlo van Rooyen, Christian Kutzer, Nathan Fourie, Kali Freyer, Tristan van der Linde, and Henry Kemp. That's the reserved, retained players rather, for RHS Cricket Academy, under 15. Then moving over to Irene Villages, retained players under 15s is Rook De Lange, Tyler Neal, Cody Sander, and then Tyler Chakauya. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So that's the retained players for them. JC 360 Cricket Academy, the players there for the under 15s, John Klute, Mornay Venter, Ruan Keiler, Aubrey Strauss, Luan Hutting, and Daniel Janssen van Rensburg. Moving over to Cricket 101 Legends for the under 15s, retained there Matthew Sampson, Vince Lotz, Ruan Stein, Angus Myers, and Logan Early. And then over to the Excellentium Cricket Academy, under 15s there, Louis Deist, Alexander Miller, Abrid Kasim, Adnan Kasim, and Henry Lees. Under 15s retained for the Shamrocks, Mornay Kukumur, Timothy Gordon, Daniel Murray, JP Botha, Jaden Notcraig, Rikus Sillier, Christian Kind, and Blake Curtain. And then over to the Vikings, under 15s retained, two players there, Dion Jooste and Jan Willem Pinaar. And then we're also looking at DKC Academy, retained players. There was no under 15 players retained for that team. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let the games begin with the under 15 auctions. I just want to ask you all, if I can please ask you, I just want to see your names. So if you can maybe just move your cards so I can just see your names. Vikings, if you can just put it to the front here, I just want to clearly see your name towards me, please. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, guys. Cricket 101, thank you very much. Yeah, we're fine there. Irene, thank you. RHS, thank you. JC, if you can put it in the middle here, please, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, if I can please ask you to keep it down. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can please ask you to please remain silent so we can just get on with the program. Otherwise, we're going to struggle to hear you guys and get on with the auction. So thank you very much for your cooperation in that regard. Okay, so let's start off with the under 15s. We're going to start off with the wicket keepers. If I can have everybody's attention, please. Under 15 wicket keepers. Let's go. The first player, Ruan Kutser, and we're starting off on 300,000. Do I have 300,000 from anybody? Please raise your bat so I can clearly see if you're interested. So please raise your bat. Thank you very much. Cricket 101, we've got 300. Do we have 350? Anybody going to go for 350 for Ruan Kutser? 350 for Ruan Kutser. I'm going to go once. I'm going to go twice. And sold. Cricket 101 legends. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's move over to the under 15 wicket keeper, Herman Potgieter. We're going to start off on 300,000 for Herman Potgieter. Do I have 300,000 from anybody for Herman Potgieter? 300,000 for Herman Potgieter. Any team that would like to indicate, just make a clear indication with your bat for 300,000. Going once, going twice. We've got one for 300,000. Do I have from Arini? Thank you. 350. Anybody want to go for 350 for Herman Potgieter? 350 for Herman Potgieter. If I can have any indication of 350, going once, going twice, and sold to Irene. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. The next player up is Leon Klaasen. So we're going to start again with 300,000. Leon Klaasen. Anybody wants to go for Leon Klaasen for 300,000? Any bids for 300,000 for the player Leon Klaasen in the under 15 category? Leon Klaasen going once. Leon Klaasen going twice. Okay. Player will go into the reserves. Thank you very much. Moving over to the next player, Vian Rademan. Do I have 300,000 for Vian Rademan? Anybody would like to go for 300,000 for Vian Rademan? Thank you. We've got there for 300,000. Anybody going for 350,000 for Vian Rademan? 350,000 rand for Vian Rademan in the under 15 category. Vian Rademan going once. Going twice, and sold. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. So give him a round of applause. Thank you. DKC, thank you. DKC, got it? Happy? Can we go on? Thank you. Okay, next player up, Nicolas Verster. Nicolas Verster for 300,000. Nicolas Verster. Can I have any indications if anybody wants to go for Nicolas Verster for 300,000? Any interest? Please raise your bet for 300,000. And going once, going twice, and player will move to the reserve game. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player, Ryan Strauss. Ryan Strauss for 300,000. Anybody want to go for the Ryan 1,000? DKC, thank you. We've got 300,000 from DKC. Anybody else for 350? 350 for Ryan Strauss. We've got 350 here from Cricket 101. We're going to go to 400. Anybody would like to go for 400? DKC, putting their hands up for 400. Do I have a 450 from Cricket 101? Anybody else that would like to go for 450? 450? Anybody for 450? Going once, going twice, and sold to DKC for 400,000. Thank you. Under 15 wicket keepers, Adrian Maria. We're starting on 300,000 for Adrian Maria. Anybody for 300,000? Any indications for 300,000? Please raise your bets for 300,000 for Adrian Maria. Adrian Maria, going once, going twice, and player remains unsold. Going to the reserves. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player up. Under 15, still on the wicket keepers, Marco Rudolph. Do I have any indication for 300,000? 300,000 starting with the Vikings. Have I got 350? Anybody for 350 for Marco Rudolph? Anybody wants to go for 350 for Marco Rudolph? Currently standing on 300,000 at Vikings. 350, anybody? Going once, going twice, and sold for 300,000, Marco Rudolph. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player up, Henry Smith. All right, do I have 300,000 for Henry Smith in the under 15 wicket keepers? We've got 300,000 from Excellentium. Thank you very much. Anybody for 350? 350 for Henry Smith. Anybody would like to go? Thank you very much. Irene, 350. Would you guys like to go for 400? 400 is up. Irene, 450. Would you like to go for 450? Anybody else? 450. Would you like to go for 500? Excellent. 500 is up. 600 from Irene. Do you have 600 available? Irene, we've got 600 from Irene. Can I get a 700 from Excellentium? 700? 700 is up. Irene, 800. Do we have an 800 from Irene? 800 for the player Henry Smith. 800. Are we going to match that? Anybody else would like to go for 800? Irene, going once, going twice, and sold to Excellentium Cricket Academy. Thank you. Next, under 15, wicketkeeper Kyle Muldowney. Right, so Kyle Muldowney, if I can ask you please to stay quiet. All right, let's give everybody a chance. Thank you very much. So Kyle Muldowney for 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? Do I have any indications in the room for 300,000? We've got 300,000 from the Vikings. 350. Anybody would like to go for 350? We've got 350 from Cricket 101. Vikings, 400. 400 from the Vikings. Cricket 101, 450. If you would like to go for Kyle Muldowney, 450. 450. Anybody else in the room? Cricket 101, do I have a 450? Anybody else to go for 450? Going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings. 400,000. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move over to the next category. I just want to check if everybody's happy. Happy over here at the back? Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move over to the next category. So under 15, we're going over to the batsman. And the first player up, have you got everybody ready? Okay. Christian Olwagen for 300,000 for Christian Olwagen, batsman under 15. Do I have 300,000? Anybody for 300,000? If you can clearly indicate for 300,000 for Christian Olwagen, under 15 batsman. Going once, going twice. Thank you. So the player will move to the reserve category. Thank you. Next up, I'm with under 15 batsman, Ethan Ferris Philander. Right, so we've got 300,000 for Ethan. Anybody would like to go for 300,000 for the batsman under 15, Ethan? Any indication for 300,000? Any teams? 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? Going once, going twice. Thank you. The player remains unsold, and we'll move to the reserve. Right, next up, we've got Morney Prinsloo in the under 15s. Anybody that would like to go for Morney Prinsloo for 300,000? Starting off on 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? Vikings, we've got 300,000. 350. Anybody for 350? We've got Cricket 101 for 350. Anybody for 400? Do we have 400? 400 here from the Vikings. Cricket 101, do I have 450? 450 from the Vikings. 500. 500. 600 from Cricket 101. Do we have 600? 600. Vikings 700. Cricket 101, 800. Do we have 800 from Cricket 101? Anybody else for 800? Come on, Cricket 101. 800 from Cricket 101. Do I have 900? 900 from Excellentium. Do I have a million? We've got 1 million here from the Vikings. 1,100,000. Anybody for 1,100,000? Do I have 1,100,000? Anybody? We've got Excellentium. 1,200,000. Anybody for 1,200,000? 1.2. 1.2. 1.2. Vikings, do I have 1.2? 1.2. Excellentium, do I have 1.3? 1.3 from Excellentium. How about Cricket 101? 1.3. 1.3. Excellentium, do I have 1.3 from you guys? 1.3. 1.4. Vikings, 1.4. Excellentium, 1.5. Give me an indication for 1.5, please. Excellentium for 1.5. 1.5. Anybody else for 1.5? Excellentium, I'm going to give you another chance. 1.5. Going once, we've got 1.5. 1.6 from the Vikings. Do I have a 1.6 from the Vikings? Give us a 1.6 from the Vikings. Excellentium, do I have a 1.7? Do we have 1.7 for the under 15 batsman, Morney Prinsloo? 1.7, 1.8 from the Vikings. Do I have a 1.8 Vikings? Give me an indication for a 1.8. 1.8 going once, going twice, and sold. Excellentium, 1.7. Thank you. Happy. Okay, next player up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that. Charles van Staden in the under 15, the batsman category. Charles van Staden. We're starting on 300,000. 300,000 from the Vikings. Do I have 350? 350 in the room for Charles van Staden. Anybody 350? I've got 350 from DKC. 400. Do I have 400 from Vikings? 400. DKC 450. Vikings 500. 600 from DKC. 600. Do I have 600 from DKC? Anybody else in the room for 600? 600 from DKC. Vikings 700. DKC 800. Are we going to go for 800 from DKC? For Charles van Staden, 800. Do we have 800 from DKC? Anybody else in the room for 800,000? We've got 800,000 from DKC. 900 from the Vikings. Do I have 1 bar? 1 bar from the DKC, team of DKC. 1 bar, 1 million. 1 million going once, going twice. We've got 1 million. We've got 1.1 from the Vikings. 1.2. 1.2 from DKC. Do I have 1.2? 1.2 Vikings. Do I 1.3 from Vikings? 1.4 DKC. Do I have a 1.4? Give us a 1.4 DKC. Anybody in the room for 1.4? 1.4 DKC going once. DKC going twice and sold to the Vikings. Okay, moving over to the next player. Still in on the 15 batsman, Hoërskool van Lockerenberg. So do I have 300,000 for Hoërskool? Anybody in the room? DKC, 300,000. Do I have a 350,000 rand from anybody in the room? 350 over there. Thank you very much. We've got 400,000. 450. Do I have 450? Do I have 500? 500 Shamrocks. We've got 500. 600,000 Vikings. 700. Do I have 700? 800. Do I have 800? 800 over there. Thank you. 900. Do I have a 900 from everybody in the room? 900. 900 over there. Do I have a million? We've got 1 bar. 1.1. 1.1. 1.1 over here. Anybody for 1.2? 1.2 at the back. 1.3. Anybody for 1.3? Do I have it at 1.3 for DKC? 1.4. Do I have a 1.4? 1.4 over here. Cricket 101. Do I have a 1.4 over here? 1.5. Anybody for 1.5? DKC 1.5. 1.6. Do I have a 1.6 from Cricket 101? Give us a 1.6. Anybody in the 1.6? 1.7 over there. Do I have a 1.7 at the back? Do I have a 1.7? Anybody? 1.7 for DKC. 1.8. Cricket 101. Do I have a 1.8 at the back? Do I have 1.8? 1.8. Cricket 101. Do I have 1.8 for Hoërskool van Loggerberg? 1.8 going once. For 1.7 at the back. 1.8. I've got 1.8. 1.9. 1.9. Do I have a 1.9? DKC? Do I have a 1.9? Cricket 101. Do I have 1.9? 1.9. Sitting at the back for 1.8. Going once. Going twice. And sold. Can I just have an indication, please? Just another indication. It was Arini, right? Arini 1.8. Yep. Okay. Thank you. 1.8 Arini. Thank you. Okay, so under 15 batsmen, we're continuing. Willem Low. Willem Low, we're starting on 300,000 for Willem Low. Do I have a 300,000? 300,000 from anybody for Willem Low in the under 15 batsman category. Willem Low, anybody? We got 300,000. 350. 350 here from the Vikings. Do I have 300? Do I have 400? Do I have 400? Excellentium. 400,000. 400,000. Anybody else for 400,000 in the room? Do I have a 400,000 Excellentium? 400,000 Excellentium. Vikings. Do we go 450? 450. 500,000 from Excellentium. Do I have a 500,000 from Excellentium? Anybody else in the room for 500,000? Do I have a 500,000 going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings 450,000? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Next batsman in the under 15, we've got Wikus du Preez. We're going to start on 300,000 again for Wikus du Preez. Do I have any offers for 300,000 for under 15 batsman Wikus du Preez? Anybody for 300,000? Do I have a 300,000 in the room? Please make a clear indication. Going once. Oh, we've got 300,000 from the Vikings. 350. Do I have a 350 from anybody for Wikus du Preez? 350 in the room. Please indicate 350. Anybody in the room? Going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 300,000. Thank you. Okay, next batsman will be Richard Ingram. All right, 300,000's up for Richard. Anybody in the room for 300,000? 300,000 for Richard. Do I have anybody for 300,000? Please make your indications. Under 15 category for Richard. Any offers? Going once, going twice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserve category. Thank you. Under 15 batsman, Chris Klopper. Right, he's going to klopper everybody. Do I have a 300,000? Ek moes 'n grapie ingooi daar. Ek moes hom net, ek voel dit ongemaklik. All right, 300,000 for Chris. Anybody for 300,000? Do I have a 300,000 in the room for Chris? 300,000 from anybody for Chris? We've got 300,000 from Cricket 101. Do I have a 350? 350. 350 over there for DKC. Cricket 101. Do I have 400? I do have 400. DKC, 450. 450. For Chris Klopper, do I have a 450 DKC? Anybody else for 450? DKC, this is your chance. Going once. Going twice. We've got 450 for Marini. 500. Do I have 500 from Cricket 101? 500 from Cricket 101. We've got 500. 600. Arini, do I have 600,000 for Chris Kloppers? 600,000 or 600,000 from anybody else? 600,000. Anybody for 600,000? Anybody? 600,000 going once, going twice, and sold for Cricket 101 for 500,000. It looks like you wanted to offer 600,000 on your own bid. You can take it for 600. Okay, moving over to the next batsman, under 15. Patrick Mouton, 300,000. 300,000. We've got 300,000 from DKC. 350. Anybody in the room? Vikings are 350. 400,000. 400,000 for anybody in the room. We've got 400,000. 450. I've got 450 at the back. Do I have 500? I've got 500 in front. 600,000. 600,000 on the left. Do I have 700? 700? 800. I've got 800. Do I have 900? 900. 900 over here. 1 bar. Anybody? 1 bar. 1.1. Do I have a 1.1 at the back? 1.1 in the front. 1.1. Let's get a 1.1. Do we want to go for 1.1? 1.1 over here. 1.1. It's sitting at DKC for 1 million. 1.1. Anybody in the room at the back? Do I have a 1.1? Cricket 101. Going once. Oh, we've got a 1.1. 1.2. We've got 1.2. 1.3. 1.4. Do I have a 1.4? 1.4 sitting at 1.3 at the back, right? So do I want 1.4? 1.4, 1.4 over here. 1.3 over here. 1.4. Do I have 1.4 at the back? 1.4 at the back. DKC standing at 1.3. Anybody to go for 1.4? 1.4. Going once. Going 1.4. 1.4. Do I have 1.5? 1.5. 1.6. Do I have a 1.7 at the back? 1.6 for DKC. Do I have 1.7? Vikings, do I have a 1.7? 1.7 for Patrick Mouton. 1.7. We have a 1.7. 1.8 DKC. 1.8. 1.9. Do I have a 1.9 from the Shamrocks? Shamrocks, do I have a 1.9? Vikings, are you going to climb in at 1.9? Shamrocks, anybody at 1.9? 1.9 going once, going twice. We've got 1.9 from the Shamrocks. 2.1. Anybody else in the room? Shamrocks, do I have a 2.1? 1 for the under 15 batsman Patrick Mouton. Do I have a 2.1? 2.1 going once, going twice, and sold for 2 million for DKC. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Next player up, under 15 batsman. And starting at 300,000, we're going to go for Dupree Prinsloo. Dupree Prinsloo. Anybody for 300,000 for Dupree Prinsloo? Can I get an indication? Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to remain quiet for me, please? 300,000 for Dupree. Do I have a 300,000 for Dupree? 300,000? 300,000. Anybody in the front? Nobody here? On the side, do I have a 300 at the back? Do I have a 300,000? 300,000 in the front here. JC 300,000, nothing. Going once. Going twice. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Player remains unsold and we'll move to the reserve category. Next player. Heinrich Klaassen. Right, for 300,000. 300,000 for Heinrich Klaassen. Do I have a 300,000 for Heinrich Klaassen? Anybody in the room for 300,000 for Heinrich Klaassen? Under 15 batsman. 300,000, ladies and gentlemen, please remain quiet for us, please. Thank you. 300. We've got 300,000 from DKC. Do I have a 350? 350 from anybody? 350 that would like to beat DKC. 350. Anybody for 350 in the room? 350. I've got 350 from the Shamrocks. 400,000 DKC. Do I have a 400,000 from DKC? Anybody else in the room for 400,000? We've got 400,000. 450. Shamrocks for Heinrich Klaassen. Shamrocks, do I have a 450? It's standing at 400,000 for DKC. 450. Do I have a 450? 450. Do I have a 450 at the back? We've got 450 at the back there. 500. Do I have a 500,000? 450 for Irene. 500,000. Anybody for 500,000? DKC. 500,000. Do I have a 500? Shamrocks, do I have 500? Standing at 450 at the back for Irene. Anybody else going once? We've got 400. We've got 500,000. 600,000. Do I have 600,000? Anybody for 600,000? Do I have a 600,000? Irene, I've got 600. 700,000 from 700,000 in front. Do I have a 800,000? 800,000 from Irene. Do I have a 800,000? Anybody at the back? You would like to have 800,000? DKC, do I have Irene 800,000? Going once. We've got 800,000, 900,000, 900. I've got 1 bar. Do I have 1 million at the back from Irene? 1 million. Anybody for 1 million? Anybody in the room? Going for 1 million, standing at 900,000 from JC. 1 million. Anybody? Going once, going twice, and sold to JC Cricket Academy. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to the next player, under 15 batsman, Hardy Swanepoel. Right, going on 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 to start off for Hardy Swanepoel? 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Starting off on a 300,000. For Hardy, anybody in the room going for 300,000? 300,000 going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and we'll go to the reserve category. Thank you. Next player up, Rian Boshoff. Rian Boshoff, under 15, batsman, 300,000. Do I have a 300? I've got 300 in the front here from the Vikings, 350. Anybody for 350,000? Do I have a 350 DKC? 400? We've got 400. 450. 450. Do I have a 500? 500. Do I have a 600? 600. 700. 7. Do I have a 8? 900. 900. We've got 1 million. 1 million DKC. Standing at 1 million. Do I have it? Yes. 1.1. 1.1. 1.2. 1.2. 1.3. 1.3. 1.4. Do I have a 1.4 DKC? 1.5 Vikings. Do I have 1.5? We've got 1.5 DKC. 1.6. 1.6 DKC. Are we going to go for 1.6? Anybody else in the room that would like to go for 1.6, standing at 1.5 for the Vikings? Anybody? DKC going once, going twice, and sold to the Vikings for 1.5. Thank you. Okay, so the next player, Iser Berens. Iser Berens, we're going to start off on 300,000 on the under 15s. Iser Berens. Iser, I've got 300. Do I have a 350 in the room? 350 in the room for Iser Berens. DKC standing on 300. Do I have a 350? 350 there from Excellentium. Do I have a 400? 400 over here. Do I have 450? Excellentium. 450. I've got 450 DKC. Do we go for 500? 500. 600 else in the room for 600,000. 600,000. DKC 700. 700. 800,000 from Excellentium. Do I have 800,000? 800,000. Standing at 700,000 for DKC. 800,000. Do I have 800,000 Excellentium? Anybody else in the room for 800,000? Going once. We've got 800,000. 900,000. Do I have DKC 900,000? It's standing at 800,000 for JC 360. Do I have a 900,000? Excellentium 900,000. DKC 900,000. Anybody else in the room? Going once. Going twice. And sold to JC 360. Okay, so Iser sold for 800,000. Thank you. Okay, next up, Dion de Villiers. Dion de Villiers, starting off on 300,000 for Dion de Villiers. Do I have any offers for 300,000 for Dion de Villiers in the under 15s? Dion de Villiers. Any offers? We've got offers in the back there, Shamrocks. 350. Do I have a 350? 350 there from Irene. Do I have 400? 400 Shamrocks. Do I have a 400,000 from the Sham? 400,000. Do I have 450 Irene? Are you going to give me 450? Anybody else in the room? Irene, are we going to go for 400,000 for Dion? 400,000. 450 Shamrocks. Do we have 450 from the Shamrocks? 450 Shamrocks. 450 in the front. 500,000. Do I have a 500,000? Irene, do I have 500,000? Shamrocks, 500,000, standing at 450 currently for Cricket 101. 500,000. Do I have 600,000? 600,000 in the front here. Do I have for Cricket 101? Do I have a 600,000? Standing at 500 for Irene. 600,000. Do I have a 600,000 in the back there? 600,000. 600,000 in the front. Cricket 101, 600,000. Shamrocks, 600,000. Are we going to close it? Going once. Going twice. And sold to Irene for 500,000. Thank you. Okay, next player, Jaco Lundahl. Right, Jaco Lundahl starting off at 300,000. 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Anybody would like to indicate for 300,000 under 15 batsmen for the Tshwane Super League, Jaco Lundahl? 300,000. Anybody? Under 15 batsmen? I'm going to go once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserve category. Thank you. Next player, Joshua Hall. Okay, starting off again on 300,000. Joshua Hall, I've got 300,000, 350. 350 in the room. Anybody? DKC is, we've got Shamrocks 350. Do I have 400,000? Do I have 450? 450, 500,000 from DKC. Do I have 500,000 in front? Do I have 600,000 rand? 600,000, 700,000. 700,000, anybody, 700,000 in front. 800. Do I have 800 Shamrocks? Do I have 800? DKC, do I have 800? 800 from DKC. Do I have a 900? Cricket 101, 900. Do I have a bar? 1.1. Do I have a 1.1 from Cricket 101? 1.1, 1.2, 1.2. Do I have a 1.2 at the back? DKC, 1.2, 1.3. Cricket 101, do I have 1.3? 1.3. Anybody else in the room? Cricket 101, 1.3. Starting at 1.2 currently for DKC. Do I have a 1.3 for Cricket 101? 1.3, no, going to remain at 1.3 at the back. 1.4, 1.4. Do I have a 1.4? DKC 1.4. Cricket 101, do I have a 1.4? Already starting at 1.3. You want to go for 1.4. Going once, going twice, and player sold. 1.3 for Irene. Thank you. Okay. Please don't kill me. Mans de Rubai. I hope I'm saying that right. Mans de Rubai. Right. We're going to start off with 300,000 for Mans. 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 in the room for the under 15 batsman? Mans. Anybody for 300,000? Please indicate clearly. 300,000. If I could please ask you to please remain quiet so I can get everybody's attention. 300,000, please. 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? Going once. Going twice. Thank you. The player remains unsold and will go to the reserve. Thank you. Next batsman, under 15, Leighton Pullen. Leighton, do I have a 300,000 for Leighton? 300,000 from DKC. 350. Do I have a 350? Anybody in the room for 350? 350 at the back. Do I have 400? 400 in front here. Do I have 450? 450 in the front. Do I have 500? 500 DKC. 600. Do I have a 600 Shamrocks? Do I have 600? Vikings, do I have a 600,000? 600,000 on the left, 700,000. Do I have a 700,000 DKC? Do I have 800,000? 800,000. Do I have 900? Do I have a 1 million? 1 million. Do I have 1.1? 1.2? 1.2? 1.2 over here, 1.3. DKC, are we going to go for 1.3? 1.3, 1.4. Cricket 101. Do I have a 1.4? Shamrocks, do you want to go for 1.4? 1.4. Standing on DKC for 1.3. Do I have a 1.4 in the room? At the back, Shamrocks 1.4, Cricket 101 1.4, going once, going twice, and sold to DKC for 1.3. Thank you. Yes, okay, next player. Sean Ryan, under 15. Batsman, Sean Ryan. Do I have 300,000? Let's start off with 300,000. Thank you so much for being quiet. Thank you. I appreciate it. 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? To start off with, for under 15 batsman, Sean Ryan. 300,000. Do I have 300,000? Anybody in the room going once? Going twice? Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserve. Next player. Justin Basdio. Justin Basdio. Do I have 300,000? 300,000 DKC, thank you. Do I have 350? 350 in the room. 350,000. Do I have a 350,000? Standing at 300,000 currently at DKC. 350. Do I have a 350 from anybody else? 350, anybody else? 350 at the back. 400,000. 400,000. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? 500,000. Vikings. Do I have 500,000? 600,000. 600,000 DKC, DKC 600, 700 here at Vikings, Shamrock 700. Do I have 700? Standing on 600,000 and DKC 700. Do I have 700? Shamrocks. Do I have 700,000? 700,000 at the back there. 800,000 DKC. Do I have 800,000? 800,000 Shamrocks. Do I have 800,000? DKC 800,000. 800,000 in the front here. Anybody for 800,000? Player going once, Oh, we've got 800,000, 900,000. So 800,000 for JC360. Do I have a 900,000 at the back? Irene, do I have a 900,000? 900,000. 900,000 at the back. 900,000. Irene, 900,000. Do I have 900? Going once, going twice, and sold to JC360 for 800,000. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And next player, Nicholas Boshoff. And we're going to start off with 300,000. Do I have 300,000 for Nicholas? 300,000 for Nicholas. Anybody for 300,000? 300,000 over there for Excellentium. Do I have 350, 350, 400? Do I have 400,000? 400,000? You must be careful with that phone. I always got to say you're bidding. 400,000. 400,000 for my Excellentium. Excellentium, 400,000. Do I have 400,000? Anybody in the front? Do I have 400,000? 400,000. Do I have 400,000? Currently sitting at 350 for Excellentium. Anybody for 400,000? 400,000. 350, my apology. 350 over here. 400,000. Excellentium. Do I have 400,000? Do I have 400,000? Excellentium, 400,000. Do I have a 400,000 from anybody in the room? Going once, going twice, and sold to Cricket 101 for 350. Thank you. Cricket 101 for 350. Okay, next player, under 15 batsman. We've got Aiden Shaddle. Aiden Shaddle. And we're going to start off with 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 in the room for Aiden, under 15 batsman? 300,000. Anybody in the room that would like to make an offer for 300,000? 300,000. Aiden Shaddle going once, going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserve. Next player, Anrich Liebenberg. We've got Anrich Liebenberg starting off on 300,000 for Anrich Liebenberg. Anybody in the room for 300,000? 300,000 under 15 batsmen. Anrich. Anybody in the room for 300,000? 300,000 going once, going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold. Anrich Liebenberg will go to the reserves. Gerdu van Eden. That's the next batsman, and we start off on 300,000 for Gerdu. 300,000 under 15s for Gerdu. Do I have 300,000 in the room? Anybody for 300,000 for Gerdu? 300,000. Anything at the back? 300,000. Anybody in the front for 300,000? Going once. 300,000. Okay, 300,000 from JC. Do I have 350? 350 in the room. 350. For anybody standing at 300, we got 350 from the Vikings. 400,000. JC. Do I have 400,000? JC 360. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000. Anybody else in the room for 400,000? 400,000 in the room. 400,000 for JC. Do I have a 450 Vikings? Do I have 450? 450. Standing at 400,000 from JC 360. Do I have a 450 in the room? Vikings. Do I have 450? Do I have a 450? Anybody for 450? Going once. Going twice. And sold to JC 360 for 400,000. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next player up, Vian Munich. Vian Munich, 300,000 for Vian Munich. I've got 300,000. Do I have 350? 350. I've got 350 in the front. 400. Do I have 400? 400. 450. 450. 500. 600. Do I have 600? 600. 700. 700. 800. Do I have 8? 900. 1 million. 1.1. 1.2. Do I have a 1.2? Vikings. 1.2. 1.3. 1.4. Do I have 1.4? 1.4. 1.5. 1.5 DKC. Do I have a 1.5? 1.5. 1.6. Do I have 1.6? 1.7. Do I have 1.7 for DKC? 1.7. 1.7 at the back. 1.8. 1.8. Do I have a 1.8? Vikings, do I have 1.8? DKC. Do I have a 1.8? 1.8. 1.9. Shamrocks, do I have 1.9? DKC, 1.9. Shamrocks, standing at 1.8 for Vikings. You're looking for 1.9 DKC. Shamrocks, 1.9. 2 million. Do I have 2 million from the Vikings? Shamrocks standing on 1.9. Do I have 2? 2 DKC. Vikings, do I have 2? Anybody else in the room for 2 million? Standing on 1.9. Shamrocks, 2 million. Vikings, DKC, 2 million. Going once. 2 million in the front. Do I have 2.1? 2.1 Shamrocks. Do I have a 2.1? Standing on 2 bar for the Vikings. Do I have 2.1? 2.1 at the back. Do I have 2.2? Vikings, do I have a 2.2? Standing at 2.1 for the Shamrocks. Do I have 2.2? Anybody else in the room for 2.2? Vikings, do I have 2.2? DKC, do I have 2.2? Shamrocks standing on 2.1. Vikings, 2.2. Do I have it? Going once. Going twice. Well, I've got 2.2, 2.3. Shamrocks, do I have a 2.3? Give us a 2.3. DKC, would you like to get in there? Anybody else in the room? 2.3. Do I have a 2.3 for the Shamrocks? Going once. Going twice. And sold to the Vikings. 2.2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next player. We've got Liam van Wyk. Liam van Wyk, 300,000, 350. Do I have a 350 in the room for 300,000? We've got DKC on 300. Anybody for 350? 350 in the room. Anybody for 350? 350 in the front. 400, 450. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? 600,000, 600, 700, 800,000. Do I have 800, 800,000, 800,000, 900,000? DKC, give me 900,000, 900,000, 1 million. Cricket 101, do I have 1 million? 1 million. Anybody else in the room for 1 million for Liam van Wyk? 1 million, 1 million, 1.1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.2. Cricket 101, do I have a 1.2? Anybody else in the room? Starting on 1.1 currently for DKC. Do I have a 1.2 from Cricket 101? Give us a 1.2. 1.2. Anybody else in the room for 1.2 for Liam van Wyk? 1.2, 1.3 DKC. 1.3. Do I have a 1.3? Anybody else in the room for 1.3? Standing on 1.2 for Cricket 101. 1.3. DKC. Do I have 1.3? Anybody else in the room? Going once, going twice, and sold. 1.2. Cricket 101. Thank you. Okay, next player up, still on the under 15 batsman, Adrian Nel. Right, let's start off with 300,000. Adrian Nel, 300,000 for Adrian Nel. Anybody in the room for 300,000 under 15 batsman? Do I have 300,000 in the room from anybody? And going once. 300,000. I got 300,000 from Excellentium. Do I have a 350? 350. Anybody that would like to go for 350? Currently standing on Excellentium on 300. 350. Anybody in the room for 350,000? Anybody? Going once. Going twice. And sold. 300,000 for Excellentium. Thank you. Okay, next player up, Dean Wilbers. Dean Wilbers, starting off, 300,000. Dean Wilbers. I've got 300,000 in front, 350. Do I have 350,000 for Dean Wilbers? Under 15 batsman. I'm currently standing on 300,000 for Cricket 101, 350. Do I have a 350 in the room? In the front, do I have 350? Right at the back. Do I have a 350 at the back there? Do I have a 400? 400,000. Current Arini on 350. Do I have a 400? Cricket 101. Do I have 400? Do I have 400,000? Cricket 101. Standing on 400,000. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? Excellentium. Do I have 500? Arini. 500. 500 at the back. Do I have 600? 600,000. Cricket 101. Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? 600,000. Standing on 500 currently for Irene. Do I have 600,000? Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? 600,000. Do I have 700? Irene. Currently standing Excellentium on 700,000 at the back. Do I have 800,000? 800,000. Cricket 101. Do I have 800,000? Standing for Irene on 700. Cricket 101. 800. Excellentium. Do I have 800,000? 800,000. Anybody in the front here? 800,000. Excellentium. Cricket 101. Do I have 800,000? Standing for Irene on 7. 800,000 for Excellentium. 900,000. Irene, do I have a 900,000 at the back? 900,000. 900,000 at the back. 1 million. Excellentium. Do I have 1 million? Cricket 101. Do I have 1 million? Currently standing on 900,000. 900,000. Do I have 1 million? 1 million. Excellentium. Do I have a 1 million? 1 million for Excellentium. 1.1. Irene, do I have a 1.1? Standing on 1 million for Excellentium. 1.1. Irene, do I have a 1.1? Cricket 101. Do I have 1.1? Anybody else in the room for 1.1? Do I have a 1.1? Standing on 1 million for Irene. 1 million for Excellentium. Sorry. 1 million for Excellentium. Do I have 1.1? 1.1 going once. 1.1. We've got 1.1 for JC360. 1.1 for JC360. Do I have 1.2? 1.2. Please indicate clearly if you would like to go for 1.2. Standing on 1.1 for JC360. Do I have a 1.2? 1.2 at the back. Do I have a 1.3? JC360. 1.3. 1.4. 1.4. 1.5. JC360. Do I have a 1.5? 1.6. Excellentium. Dean Wilbers. 1.6. Do I have, scanning a 1.5? Do I have 1.6? Excellentium. Do I have a 1.6? Irene, do I have 1.6 at the back? Currently standing on 1.5 for JC360. Excellentium. Do I have 1.6? Irene, 1.6. Anybody in the room? 1.6. Player going once. Going twice. And 1.6. I've got 1.6, 1.7. Do I have a 1.7? 1.7 JC360. Do I have a 1.7? Irene, do I have 1.7? Currently standing on 1.6 for Excellentium. 1.7, 1.7. Come on, give me 1.7 JC360. Do I have a 1.7? Irene, do I have 1.7? 1.7. Player going once. 1.7, 1.8. Do we have a 1.8 Excellentium? Currently standing on 1.7 for JC360. Irene, do I have a 1.8? 1.8. Excellentium. Are we going to go for 1.8? Currently standing on 1.7 for JC360. Anybody in the room for 1.8? Going once, going twice, and sold. JC360, 1.7. Okay, next player up, we've got Eckhart du Toit. Eckhart du Toit, we're starting off on a 300,000. Eckhart du Toit for 300,000. Still under 15 batsmen. 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Eckhart du Toit, any indications in the room for 300,000? 300,000 going once, going twice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player up, under 15 batsman, Eben Uys. 300,000 for Eben Uys. Anybody for 300,000 for Eben Uys? 300,000 DKC. Do I have a 350? 350 in the front. Do I have 400? DKC, do I have 400? 400,000. I've got 400. Vikings, do I have 450? 450. 500? 5. Do I have 600? 600. Vikings, do I have a 600,000? Currently standing on 500,000. 600,000 in the front, 700, 700, 800. Vikings, do I have 800? Currently standing on 700,000, 4,000 at the back. Do I have 900? 900 in front. Do I have 1 million? Shamrocks, do I have 1 million? 1 million for the Shamrocks. 1.1, 1.2. 1.2 Shamrocks. Do I have a 1.2? Vikings, 1.2. 1.2 at the back. 1.3, 1.3, 1.4. Shamrocks, do I have a 1.4? 1.4, 1.4. Currently KC, 1.4. Shamrocks, do I have a 1.4? Anybody else in the room going for 1.4? DKC standing on 1.3. Vikings, do I have a 1.4? 1.4. Shamrocks, do I have a 1.4? Player going once. Going twice. And sold. DKC 1.3. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving along. Next player, Johan Bosch. So, we're starting off with Johan Bosch, under 15 batsman. Anybody for 300,000, please? We're looking for 300,000 to start off with. Anybody for 300,000 for Johan Bosch. Under 15 batsman. Anybody in the room? Anybody in the room for 300,000? We've got 350, 400. Do I have 400 there? Shamrocks, yes. Do I have 500? DKC, are you going to give me 500? Currently standing on 450 for Shamrocks. DKC, you want to go for 500,000. 500,000? 500,000. Do I have 600? Shamrocks, give me 600. Do I have 600,000? Anybody else in the room? 600,000. Shamrocks, 600. 700 for DKC. 800. Do I have 800? Shamrocks, do I have 800,000 for Johan Bosch? Shamrocks, do I have 800,000? 800,000. Do I have 900? DKC. Or we're going to look at 900,000. 900,000. Anybody else in the room for 900,000? DKC. Currently standing on Shamrocks for 800,000. Do I have a 900,000 for DKC? Anybody in the room for 900,000? Going once. Going twice. And sold to Shamrocks, 800,000. Thank you. Okay, next player, Zubair Desai. Okay, Zubair, 300,000 for Zubair. Anybody for 300,000? Let's start the bets on 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for Zubair? Under 15 batsman. Anybody in the room going for 300,000? Please indicate clearly so I can see 300,000 in the room. Anybody in the room for Zubair? 300,000. Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserves. Next player. Joshua de Villiers. We're going to start off on 300,000 for Joshua. Do I have a 300,000 for Joshua? Anybody in the middle? 300,000. In the front here, 300,000. At the back, 300,000. Anybody? Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserves. Next player up, Martin Norkier. Right, 300,000 for Martin Norkier. Under 15 batsman. Anybody for 300,000? Let's give her 300,000. I've got 300,000 from Marie. 350, 350, 400. Do I have 400 from Irene? Do I have 400? 400 indeed. Do I have 500? 600. Do I have a 600,000 from Irene? 600. Do I have 700? Do I have a 700,000? Anybody in the room for 700,000? Cricket 101, you want to go for 700,000. Currently standing on 600,000 for Irene. The office is up for 700,000 for Cricket 101. Anybody else in the room? 700,000. Cricket 101, you're going to give it 700,000. Irene standing on 600,000 for Martin Norkier. 700,000 is going once. 700,000. Do I have 800,000? Irene. Do I 800? Do I have 900,000? Cricket 101. Irene is standing on 800. Do I have a 900 indeed? Do I have 1 million from Irene? Currently standing 1 million, 1.1, 1.1. So currently standing on 1 million for Irene. Do I have a 1.1 from Cricket 101? 1.1. Anybody in the front, at the back there? 1.1 Cricket 101. 1.1. 1.2. 1.2 Cricket Irene. Give us 1.2. Do I have a 1.2? 1.2. 1.3. 1.3 Cricket 101. Do I have a 1.3 million? Currently standing on 1.2 for Irene. Do I 1.3? 1.4. Do I have a 1.4? Standing on Cricket 101, 1.3. Irene, do I have a 1.4? 1.4 million for Martin Norkier. Do I have a 1.4? Anybody else in the room? 1.4. Currently at Cricket 101 for 1.3, 1.4. Do I have a 1.4? Irene, 1.4, 1.5. Cricket 101. I do have 1.4. Do I have a 1.5? Cricket 101. Irene is standing on 1.4. Do I have a 1.5? 1.5 indeed. 1.6. I have 1.5 from Cricket 101. 1.6. Do I have a 1.6, Irene? Do I have 1.6? Currently standing on 1.5. Do I have 1.6? Anybody else in the room for 1.6? Irene, do I have a 1.6 million? Going once. Going twice. 1.6. 1.7. Do I have a 1.7? Currently standing on 1.6. Cricket 101. Do I have a 1.7 for Martin Norkier? 1.7 is the offer. Do I have a 1.7? Irene on 1.6. Cricket 101. Do I have 1.7? 1.7. 1.8. Irene, do I have a 1.8? Currently standing on 1.7. 1.8 in the back. Do I have a 1.8? Anybody else in the room on 1.8? Cricket 101 wants 1.7. Anybody else for 1.8? Going once, going twice, and sold to Cricket 101, 1.7. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player up is JC Durant. JC Durant. And we're going to start off with 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 in the room for JC Durant? Anybody under 15 players? Batsman, 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 in the room for JC Durant? Anybody going for 300,000? Do I have 300,000 on my left? Do I have a 350? Anybody for 350? Currently standing on 300,000 for Cricket 101. Do I have 350? 350? 350 for DKC, 400. Cricket 101, do I have 400? DKC on 350, do I have a 400? Cricket 101. Cricket 101, do I have 400? DKC on 350, do I have a 400 from a 101? Cricket 101. Anybody else in the room for 400? Or 400,000 for the Vikings, do I have 450? 450. 450 for 101, do I have 500,000? 500,000, standing on 450 for the Vikings, do I have 500,000? 500,000. Do I have a 500,000? Anybody for 500, 500,000? 500,000 DKC, 600, 600 at the back. Do I have 700? 700,000. 700,000. Do I have currently standing on 600,000 for Cricket 101? Do I have 700,000? Anybody else in the room for 700,000? Vikings, do I have a 700,000? Please indicate. DKC, 700,000. Do I have anybody for 700,000? Currently on Cricket 101 for 600,000. Player going once, going twice, and sold to Cricket 101. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next player up, under 15 batsman, Justin Pansegro. Right, starting on 300,000 for Justin. Anybody for 300,000 for Justin? Do I have a 300,000 in the room for Justin? Anybody want to indicate for 300,000? Please make your bats clear so I can see them. 300,000 for Justin, under 15 batsmen. Anybody want to go? Player going once, going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserves. Next player, AJ Annandale. Right, AJ Annandale is the next player up. Do I have 300,000, please? Anybody for 300,000? Please make it very clear with your bats so I can see you clearly. 300,000 is up for grabs. 300,000. AJ, do I have a 300,000 in the room? 300,000. Anybody in the room? 300,000. I've got 300. Do I have 350? 350. Do I have 350? 350. Do I have 400? 400,000, excellent team. Do I have a 400,000? Currently standing on 350 in the front here. Do it 400. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? Do I have 500? Cricket 101 standing on 450. Do I have a 500,000? Anybody in the room? Excellent team. Do I have a 500,000? 500,000. Currently standing on 101 for 450. Do I have a 500,000? Excellent team. Do I have 500,000? Anybody else in the room for 500,000? Player going once. Oh, we've got 500,000. Do I have 600? Cricket 101. Do I have 600? Excellentium standing on 500. Do I have 600,000? Cricket 101. Anybody else in the room for 600? 600,000. Do I have 700,000? Excellentium. Do I have a 700,000? Anybody else in the room for 700,000? Currently standing on 600,000 for 101. Excellentium, do I have a 700,000? 700,000 at the back there. Anybody for 700,000? AJ going once, going twice, and sold to 101 for 600,000. Thank you. Okay. Next player up, Johan Ernst. Johan Ernst, we're going to start the bids on 300,000 for Johan Ernst. Anybody want to go for 300,000? 300,000 in front. Do I have 350? 350. JC 360, 350 for Excellentium. Do I have 400? 400 there. Do I have 450? 450. JC 360. Do I have 450? Currently standing on 400,000 for the Shamrocks. Do I have a 450? Excellentium. Do I have a 450? 450 for Excellentium. Do I have a 500? Shamrocks. Do I have 500,000? JC 360. Do I have 500,000? Currently standing Excellentium 450. Do I have 500,000? Shamrocks. Do I have a 500? JC 500. Anybody in the room? Currently standing Excellentium on 450. 450,000 rand for Excellentium. JC. Do I have 500? Shamrocks. Do I have 500? Player going once. Player going twice. Both got 500,000 for 101. Do I have 600,000? 600,000 is up now. Cricket 101 starting on 500,000. Do I have a 600,000? 600,000 at the back. Do I have a 600,000? JC 360. Do I have 600,000? Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? 600,000. JC 360. 600,000. Currently standing on 500. 500 for 101. Do I have a 600,000? 360 going once. Excellentium going twice. Player sold to Cricket 101. 500,000. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Moving over to the next player, Gerard van der Westhuizen. Gerard van der Westhuizen are the 15 batsmen. And we're going to start off with 300,000. DKC, 300,000. Thank you, DKC. Do I have 350? 350, DKC standing on 300. Do I have 350 in the front? Do I have 400,000? 400,000, I've got 400 there. Vikings, do I have a 450? Vikings, do I have 450? Anybody else in the room for 450? Vikings, I've got 450. 500,000 DKC. DKC, are you going to give me 500,000? 600,000? Vikings, are you going to give me 600,000? Currently standing Gerard van der Westhuizen on 500,000. 600,000. Do I have a 600,000 Vikings? Anybody else for 600,000? I've got 500,000 from DKC. Does anybody else have a 600,000? Currently on 500,000. Player going once. I've got 600,000 for 360. 700,000. DKC, do I have a 700,000? 360 standing on 600,000. Do I have a 700,000 for Gerard van der Westhuizen? Do I have 700,000? 700,000 in the room. DKC, do I have a 700,000? Please make a clear indication at the back. Do I have 700,000? Anybody in the front? Currently standing on 600,000 for JC 360. Do I have 700,000? Player going once, going twice, and sold to JC 360. Okay, next player up on the 15 batsman, Munich Brandt. Munich Brandt starting off on 300,000. Do I have anybody in the room for 300,000? Please indicate. Thank you, DKC. 300,000. Do I have 350? 350. Do I have a 350,000? Currently standing on DKC for 300. Do I have 350,000? 350,000 there from Excellentium. Do I have 400? 400,000 rand in the room. Excellentium on 350. 400,000 from DKC. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? 500? 500. I've got 500. Do I have a 600? 600,000. Currently standing on 500 for DKC. Excellentium. Do I have a 600? 100,000. 600,000. Anybody in the room for 600,000? Standing on 500. 600 at the back. Thank you. Do I have a 700,000? 700,000. Irene on 600. Do I have a 700,000? Excellent team. Do I have 700,000? 700,000. Currently standing on Irene for 600. Anybody for 700,000? DKC 700,000. Do I have a 700,000 from Excellentium? Irene standing on 600. 700,000 for Excellentium. Do I have 700,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Irene. Thank you. 600,000. Okay. And another under 15 batsman. Heinrich Klue. Right, so we're going to start off on 300,000. Heinrich Klue. 300,000 for Heinrich Klue. Any indications for 300,000? Under 15 batsman, 300,000. Heinrich Klue. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. 300,000. 300,000. I have 350. DKC starting on 300. I've got 350. Do I have a 400? 400 is currently starting on 350 for Cricket 101. 400. Do I have a 400,000 for DKC? 400,000. DKC 400,000. Do I have 450? Do I have a 450,000 rand? Cricket 101. Do I have 450? Anybody else in the room for 450? It's currently starting on 400,000 for DKC. Do I have 450? Anybody want to go for 450? Cricket 101, you want to go for 450? DKC starting on 400. Anybody for 450 in the room? Cricket 101, do I have a 450? Do I have 450? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. 400,000 for DKC. Thank you. Okay, next player up, Thomas Miller. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thomas Miller, starting off on 300,000. 300,000 in front. Do I have 350? 350. Currently on 300,000. Do I have a 350? 350 in the room. Do I have anybody for 350,000 rand for Thomas Miller? 350 at the back. Do I have 400? Irene on 350. Do I have a 400? Anybody in the house? 400 at the back. Thank you very much there for Shamrocks. 400. Do I have 450? 450. JC, do I have 450 at the back? Irene, 450. Do I have 500? Shamrocks. JC, do I have 500? It's currently standing on 450 for Irene. Do I have a 500,000? Shamrocks. So do we have 500? JC, do we have 500? 500. Looking for 500. Still standing on 454. Irene. Anybody in the room for 500,000 rand? Shamrocks. Do I have I got 500,000 rand from the Shamrocks. Do I have 600,000? Irene. Do I have a 600,000 indeed? Do I have 700? 700,000. JC 3C. Do I have 700,000? Anybody else in the room for 700,000? Currently standing on 700,000. 700,000. Do I have 600? Do I have 600? Do I have 700? Do I have 700 at the back? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Irene for 600,000. Thank you. Okay. The next player, Ruben van Geer. For Ruben, 300,000. Starting off on 300,000. Anybody want to go for 300,000? Please indicate clearly with your bats so I can see 300,000 for Ruben. 300,000. I've got 300,000 from Excellentium. Thank you. Do I have 350? 350 for Ruben. 350 at the back for Irene. Do I have 400,000? 400,000. Do I have a 400? Excellentium. Do I have 400,000? Currently starting on 350, 400,000. I've got 400. Do I have 450? 450 at the back. Thank you. Do I have a 500,000? 500,000. Currently starting on 450 for Shamrocks. Do I have a 500,000 at the back? Irene, do I have 500? Excellent team. Do I have a 500,000? Currently standing on 450. 500,000 indeed. I've got 500 from Arini. Do I have a 600? 600,000. Got 600,000. Do I have 700? Do I have 700,000 for Arini? Currently standing on 600,000 for Shamrock. Arini, do I have 700? Excellent team. Are you going to give me 700,000? Anybody for 700,000? At the back, looking for indications. 700,000 in the front. Anybody for 700,000? Currently standing on 600,000 for Shamrocks. 700,000 at the back. Excellent team. Do I have 700,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Oh, I've got 700,000. Do I have 800,000? 800,000. Currently on excellent team for 700,000. Do I have a 800,000? 800,000. Shamrocks. Do I have 800,000? I've got 800,000. Do I have 900,000? Excellentium. At the back, Irene, do I have a 900,000? Standing on 800,000 for the Shamrocks. Do I have a 900? 900 going once. 900 going twice. Sold to Shamrocks for 800,000. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to announce we're going to do 5 more batsmen, then we're going to take a quick break. Okay, so give us 5 more players, and then we're going to go for a quick break. So, next player, under 15 batsman, Skalk Lotter. Skalk Lotter. If I can, please ask everybody to take their seats so I can see their bits, please. Please, everybody take your seats. Starting off on 300,000 for Skalk Lotter. Anybody for Skalk Lotter for 300,000? Do I have a 300,000 for Skalk? 300,000 from the Shamrocks. Do I have 350? 350. 350 in the front. Do I have 400,000? 400,000 rand. It's currently on 350 for the Vikings. Do I have 400,000? 400,000 in the room currently. I've got 450 from Excellent. Do I have 500? 500. Vikings. Do I have 500? 500 from the Vikings. Excellent. Do I have 600? 600,000. Currently out for 600,000. Shamrocks, do I have 600,000? Currently standing on 500 for the Vikings. Do I have 600? 600,000 for Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? Shamrocks, do I have 600,000 at the back? Anybody for 600,000? Excellentium, do I have 600,000? Currently on 500,000 for the Vikings. Player going once. Player going twice. And 600,000. I've got 600,000 for Excellentium. Do I have 700,000? 700,000 Vikings. Do I have a 700,000? Shamrock, 700,000 for Skalk Lotter. Currently standing on 600,000. Do I have a 700,000? 700 in room. Anybody for 700,000 for Skalk Lotter? Vikings, do I have a 700,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Excellentium for 600,000. Thank you. Okay, next player, Pierre Mans. Pierre Mans. En ons begin op 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 for Pierre Mans? 300,000. Please indicate clearly, please. 300,000 for Pierre Mans. Anybody in the room that would like to go for 300,000 for Pierre Mans? 300,000. Got 300,000. Do I have a 350? Pierre Mans for 350. Do I have a 350? Do I have 400,000 DKC? Currently on Vikings for 350. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000 in the room for Pierre Mans on a 15. 400,000. Currently on 350. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000. DKC, do I have 450? 400? 400? No? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Vikings for 350. Thank you. Okay, next player. Okay, we're just going to finish the batsman. Okay, we're going to run through the batsman and we finish. Okay, next batsman, Vian Duplessis. Vian Duplessis for 300,000. Let's go for 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for Vian Duplessis? 300,000. 300,000, do I have 300? 300,000, I've got 300,000 from DKC. Do I have 350? 350. Anybody in the room for 350? I'm moving along a little bit faster now. 350. Anybody for 350? Currently standing on 300,000. Do I have anybody for 350? DKC on 300. Anybody for 350? Anybody for 350,000 rand in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. 300,000 for DKC. Thank you. Next player, Stefan Darfel. Stefan Darfel. Any offers for 300,000, please? 300,000? Stefan Darfel. Do I have a 300,000 for Stefan Darfel? Please indicate very clearly to me. 300,000 for Stefan Darfel. Under 15 batsmen. Anybody in the room for 300,000? 300,000. I've got 300,000. Do I have 350? I've got 300. Do I have a 350? 350. 350. Do I have a 350,000 rand in the room? Anybody for 350? 350. In the front here, do I have 350? At the back, anybody for 350? Player going once. Player go. I've got 350. Do I have 400? 350. 350. Do I have a 400? I'm setting on 350. Do I have a 400? Currently on 350. Anybody to go for 400,000? Do I have a 400,000? Irene is standing on 350. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000. 400. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000. Anybody in the room for 400? Player going once. Player going twice. I got 400,000. Do I have 450, Irene? I've got 350 from Excellentium. Do I have 400? 400, yeah. Do I have 400,000? Do I have a 400,000 from Irene? Anybody for 400,000? I've got 350 from Excellentium. Do I have 400,000? Do I have anybody for 400,000? 400,000. Irene, do I have 400? Excellentium standing on 350. Do I have 400,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Excellentium. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player, under 15 batsman, Jacques Francois de Villiers. So for Jacques, do I have 300,000? 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 in the room? Anybody for 300,000? I've got 300,000. Do I have a 350? Do I have 350 in the room? Anybody for 350? 350 in the front, yeah, thank you. Do I have 400? Do I have 400,000? 400,000. I've got 350 in the front here. Do I have 400,000? Anybody for 400,000 rand? Oh, for 400,000 for Jacques Francois de Villiers. 400,000. 400,000. Thank you. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? Shamrocks, do I have 500? I've got 450 in front. Do I have I got 500. Do I have I've got 600? 600. Do I have 700? Currently on 600,000. Do I have 700,000? Currently standing on 600,000. Do I have a 700,000? Shamrocks, 700,000. Currently standing on 600. I've got 700,000. Thank you. Do I have 800? 800,000. Do I have 900? Shamrocks. Are you going to give me 900,000? Anybody else in the room for 900,000? Currently standing on 800,000. DKC, do I have 900? Shamrocks, do I have a 900,000? 900,000 for the Shamrocks. Do I have 1 million? 1 million DKC, 1 million indeed. I've got 1 million in front here. Shamrocks, you're going to beat that for 1.1. I've got 1 million. Do I have a 1.1 from Shamrocks? Anybody else in the room for 1.1? Currently standing on 1 million, 1.1 Shamrocks. Do I have a 1.1? Yes, I do have 1.1. 1.2 DKC. Are you going to go for 1.2? 1.2. Currently standing on Shamrocks for 1.1. Anybody going for 1.2? Anybody in the room, player going once, player going twice, and sold. 1.1 for Shamrocks. Thank you. Okay, next player, Wayne Creer. Right, so let's start off with 300,000. 300,000 for Wayne Creer. Anybody for 300,000? Do I have a 300,000? Please indicate Wayne Creer. 300,000. I've got 300,000. Thank you. Do I have 350? 300,000 is up. Do I have a 350 in the room for Wayne Creer? 350. Anybody want to go for 350? 350,000. DKC on 300,000. Do I have a 350? 350 at the back. Anybody in the front? 350. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to DKC for 300,000. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And the last batsman in the under 15 category, we've got Richard Jordan. That's the last batsman for the under 15s. Richard Jordan, 300,000. Do I have a 300,000? 300,000. Anybody want to go for Richard Jordan for 300,000? Anybody in the front for 300,000? In the middle, 300,000. Do I have anybody at the back for 300,000? Please indicate clearly so I can see. 300,000 is up for Richard Jordan. 300,000. I've got 300,000. Thank you. Do I have 350? Do I have a 350? I've got 300,000. Do I have a 350? 350. 350,000 rand. It's the last batsman for the under 15s. I've got 300 for Arini. Anybody for 350? 350. Anybody want to go for 350,000? 350,000. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Irene for 300,000. Irene, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. When we come back, we can all take a break now, about a 5-minute break. Yep, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back to the seam bowlers. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can please ask if you can slowly start making your way back to your seats, please. Thank you. Thanks. Was it? Good to you. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Baie dankie dames en here. If I can ask if everybody can take their seats, please, so we can continue. We don't have a lot of time left, so please, if everybody can take their seats. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. So we're going to move over to the under 15 seam bowlers now. Is everybody back at their seats to take their, yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, so seam bowlers, everybody ready? Is julle reg daar? Reg om te gaan? Reg? Okay. All right, we're going to start off with the under 15 seam bowler, Heinrich Marx. Right, we're going to start off with Heinrich Marx, 300,000. I've got a 300,000 from Rustenburg. Right, 300,000. Do I have a 350? 350, anybody in the room for 350? 350 on the Malay. Do I have a 400? 400,000. Do I have a 450? 450. Do I have a 450? 450. Do I have 500? 500 for Rustenburg. 500, I've got 500. Do I have a 600? 600,000. Cricket 101. Do I have a 600,000? Currently on 500,000 for Rustenburg. Do I have a 600,000? 600,000. Anybody for 600,000? Standing on 500,000. 600,000. I've got 600,000. Rustenburg. Do I have 700? 700 from Rustenburg. Do I have 700,000? Currently on 600,000 for Cricket 101. Do I have a 700,000? 700,000 I do have. Or do I have 800,000? Cricket 101. Do I have 800? 800,000. 800,000. Do I have 800,000? Cricket 101. Currently on 700,000 for Rustenburg. Do I have 800? Anybody in the room for 800,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Rustenburg for 700,000. Thank you. Okay, next bowler, seam bowler, under 15, Peter Owens. Do I have a 300,000? Peter Owens, 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Do I have a 300,000 in the room for Peter Owens, seam bowler? Anybody in the room for 300,000? 300,000? 300,000. Do I have a 300,000? Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserves. Next player, Zander Low, under 15 seam bowlers. Zander Low, 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 for a Zander? 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Please lift up your bats to make it clear that you want to bid for 300. I've got 300,000. Do I have 350? Anybody going to go for 350? I've got 300 currently. Anybody for 350? DKC on 300. Do I have a 350? 350,000. 350,000. Anybody for 350? 350 in front. Do I have 400? I've got 350 in the front. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000. DKC. Do I have 400,000? I've got 350 in the front. Do I have a 400,000? 400. 400. Anybody for 400,000? Player going once. I've got a 400,000. Do I have a 450? Do I have 450? 450. DKC. Do I have 450? Vikings. Do I have 450? Excellentium on 400,000. Do I have a 450? Vikings. Do I have 450? DKC. Do I have a 450? Anybody for 450? Vikings. Do I have a 450? I het 'n hoender, maar hy het nie 'n 450 nie. Do I have a 450? Check. Do I have a 450? Anybody for 450? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Excellentium for 400,000. Thank you. Okay, next player up. Frank van der Westhuizen. Frank van der Westhuizen. Under 15 seam bowler. Do I have 300,000 to start off with? 300,000 for Frank van der Westhuizen. Anybody want to go for 300,000 under 15 seam bowler? 300,000. I got 300,000. Do I have a 350? 350. Anybody for 350? I've got 300 in front. Do I have 350? Frank van der Westhuizen for 350. Do I have anybody going for 350,000? Frank van der Westhuizen, please make your indications clear. Standing on 300,000 in the front. Do I have 350? 350. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Vikings for 300,000. Thank you. Okay, next player up. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. August Berens. August Berens, 300. I've got 300,000 for DKC. 350. Anybody? 350 for Rustenburg. Do I have 400,000? 400,000. DKC. Do I have 400,000? 400,000 for DKC. Do I have 450? 450 Rustenburg. Do I have 450? 450 for Rustenburg. Do I have a 500,000? 500,000. Currently standing on 450 for Rustenburg. Do I have 500,000 for anybody in the room? DKC, do I have 500,000? Currently on 450 for Rustenburg. Anybody in the front for 500,000? Do I have anybody in the back for 500? Currently standing on 450 for Rustenburg. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Rustenburg for 450,000. Under 15 seam bowler, Heinrich Kutsia, 300,000 coming up, 300,000 for Heinrich Kutsia. Do I have a 300,000 for Heinrich seam bowler under 15? 300,000 is up in the room. Anybody want to go for 300,000? Het ons 300,000 rand. Nee, dis nie rand nie. 300,000. Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold. Heinrich Kutsia will move to the reserves. Thank you. Ja, dis die vorige ons ingeskip dan, hè. Okay. Right, next player, Ari Verster. Right, Ari Verster, under 15, seam bowler. And we're going to go for 300,000. Anybody up for 300,000? Do I have a 300,000 for Ari Verster? 300,000. Please make your indications clear. 300,000 for Ari. I've got 300,000 from DKC. Do I have a 350? Anybody want to go for 350? Currently standing on 3. I've got 350. Do I have a 400? Currently standing on 350. Do I have a 400,000? Anybody at the back for 400,000? Currently on 350 for the Vikings. 400,000. I've got 400,000. Do I have 450? Do I have a 450,000? Vikings. Do I have 450? Anybody on the left? For 450. Currently for JC 360. For 400,000, do I have 450? 450. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to JC 360 for 400,000. Thank you. Right, LJ Ryan, starting off on 300,000. Do I have a 300,000? Anybody in the room? Please make it very clear with your bat so I can see. 300,000 for LJ Ryan. Seam bowler under 15, LJ Ryan. I've got 300,000. Do I have a 350? Anybody want to go? 350 at the back. Do I have 400,000? 400,000, I've got 350 at the back. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000, I've got 350 at the back. Do I have 400,000? DKC, do I have 400,000? I've got 400,000 from DKC. Do I have a 450? Shamrocks, do I have a 450,000? Currently on 400, do I have a 450? 450 from the Sharks, do I have 450? 450, anybody at the back? In the front, 450? Currently on 400,000. DKC, player going once. I've got 450. Do I have a 500,000? 500,000. Anybody want to go for 500,000? DKC, do I have a 500,000 for LJ Ryan? LJ Ryan, do I have 500,000? Currently on 450. Anybody for 500,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold for 450 for Shamrocks. Okay, next player up, Ricardo Visser for 300,000. Ricardo Visser. Do I have anybody in the room that wants to go for 300,000? Ricardo is up. Under 15 seam bowler for 300,000. Anybody want to indicate for 300,000? Please indicate clearly. Anybody for 300,000? Player going once. I've got 300,000. Do I have a 350? I've currently have 300. I've got 350. Do I have a 400? I'm standing on 350. Do I have 400,000? Anybody want to go for 400,000? Currently on 350. 400,000. JC 360. Do I have 400? I've got 400,000. DKC 450. Do I have a 450,000? Currently on 400,000. Do I have 450? Anybody in the room for 450? 450. I've got 450. Do I have a 500,000? Currently on 450, I've got 500,000. Do I have a 600,000? I've got 500,000 currently for JC360. Do I have a 600,000? Anybody at the back want to go for 600,000? Currently on 500,000. Anybody for 600,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to JC360 for 500,000. Next player up, Jonathan Wiseman. Jonathan Wiseman, please indicate for 300,000. 300. I've got 300. Anybody for 350? 350. Do I have a 350? Currently on 300,000 for DKC. Do I have 350? I've got 350. Do I have 400? 400. Do I have 450? 450 in the front. Do I have 500? Do I have a 500? I've got 450 here. Do I have a 500? Shamrocks. Do I have 500? Excellent team. Do I have 500? Currently on DKC for 450. I've got 500 in the back for the Shamrocks. Do I have 600? 600. Do I have a 600? Excellent team. Do I have 600? DKC. 600,000 in the front. Do I have 600,000? Currently, I've got 600,000 at the back. Do I have 700,000? 700,000. Do I have 700,000? I've got 700,000 from DKC. Do I have 800,000? Irene. Do I have 800,000? How about the Shamrocks? Do I have 800,000? Anybody in the front for 800,000? I've got 800,000 at the back. Do I have 900,000? 900. I've got 900 from the Shamrocks. Do I have 1 million? 1 million up. I've got 1 million. Do I have a 1 million? Currently standing on 900,000 for the Shamrocks. Do I have a 1 million for Jonathan? 1 million. 1 million in the back. I've got 1 million. Do I have a 1.1? 1.1. DKC. Do I have 1.1? Shamrocks. Do I have a 1.1? Anybody in the front for 1.1? Currently standing on 1 million for Irene. Do I have a 1.1? Shamrocks. Do I have 1.1 from Shamrocks? 1.2. Irene, do I have a 1.2? I've got 1.2 from Irene. 1.3. 1.3 from Shamrock. I've got 1.3, 1.4. 1.4, I got 1.4. 1.5. 1.5 from the Shamrocks. Do I have a 1.5? Currently a 1.4 for Irene. Do I have a 1.5? 1.5. Shamrocks, indicate if you want to go for 1.5. Currently at 1.4. Anybody in the room for 1.5? Shamrocks, do I have a 1.5? Currently at 1.4. 1.5. I do have 1.5. Irene, do I have 1.6? 1.6. 1.7. Do I have a 1.7? I got 1.6. Do I have a 1.7 at the back? 1.6 for Irene. Anybody else want to go for 1.7? Come on, give us a 1.7. Anybody want to go for 1.7? 1.7. I've got 1.6. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Irene for 1.6. Thank you. Okay, next player for under 15 is seam bowler, Ivan Trollop. Okay, so we're going to start off with 300,000. Anybody want to go? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 300,000. Anybody want to go for 300,000 for Ivan Trollop? I've got 300,000. Thank you. Anybody want to go for 350? 350. Currently on 300,000. Under 15 seam bowler, please indicate clearly. Currently on 300. Anybody want to go for 350? 350. Anybody for 350? Player going once. I've got 350 in the front. 400. I'm looking for 400. Currently on 350 in the front. I'm looking for 400,000. 400,000. I've got 400,000. 450. 500. I'm looking for 500,000. Currently on 450. 450 in front. I'm looking for 500,000. Anybody for Ivan Trollop for 500,000? Currently standing on 450. Anybody still for 500,000? DKC, do I have a 500? I've got 500,000 from DKC. There's a 600. Do I have a 700? Do I have a 700,000? Anybody else in the room? How about DKC for 700,000? Currently on 600,000. In front here for JC 360. Anybody for 700,000? DKC, do I have a 700,000? Player going once. I've got 700,000. Do I have 8? I've got 8. To Rustenburg for 300,000. Thank you. Next player, Zach Lentour. For Zach, there's 300,000 up for Zach. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 300,000. Anybody up for 300,000? I've got 300,000 in front. Do I have a 350? Anybody else in the room for 350? Currently for Cricket 101 on 300,000. Do I have a 350? 350. Do I have a 350? Anybody for 350? Currently on 300,000. Do I have 350 for Zach? Cricket 101 on 300,000. Player going once. I got 350. Excellentium for 350. I'm looking for 400,000. 400,000 in front. I'm looking for 450. 450. I've got 400,000. I'm looking for 450. 450. I've got 450. I'm looking for 500. 500. Do I have 600? It's currently on 500. Do I have a 600,000? Excellentium. Currently standing on 500,000 for Cricket 101. I'm looking for 600,000. Currently on 500,000. Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? Anybody at the back for 600,000? Cricket 101 standing on 500,000. Anybody for 600,000? Player going once. Player I've got 600,000 from Excellentium. Do I have 700,000? 700,000. I've got 700,000 in front. I'm looking for 800,000. Excellentium. Under 15 seam bowler, Zach Lentour. Do I have 800,000? 800,000. I've got 700 now. Looking for 800,000. 800,000. Anybody for 800,000? Excellentium. Do I have 800,000? Anybody in front? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Cricket 101. Thank you. Okay, next player, under 15 seam bowler, CJ Burger, 300,000. CJ Burger on 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for CJ Burger? Looking for any bids for 300,000 for CJ Burger? I've got 300,000 in front for the Vikings. Do I have 350? Anybody want to go for 350,000? I've got 300,000 up. Do I have 350? Currently standing on 300,000. Anybody for 350? 350 on the left. In the middle, 350. Anybody on the right looking for 350? CJ Burger, player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Vikings for 300,000. Okay, next player up. We've got Graham Roberts. Graham Roberts starting the bids at 300,000. For Graham, 300,000. Anybody up for 300,000? I've got 300,000 from Rustenburg. Thank you. 350. Anybody for 350? I've got 300. I'm looking for 350. For Graham Roberts, 300,000 currently. Anybody want to go for 350? Please indicate clearly. Rustenburg on 300,000. Anybody for 350? Player going once. Player I've got a 350. Do I have a 400,000? I've got 400,000 to my left. Do I have 450? Do I have a 450? Rustenburg, do I have 450? I've got 450 from Rustenburg. DKC, 500. Do I have a 500? Cricket 101, do I have 500? I've got 500 from Cricket 101. 600. 600. Rustenburg. 600 is up for Rustenburg. Cricket 101. Do I have 700? Do I have 700 from Cricket 101? DKC, 700. I've got 600 from Rustenburg. 700,000. Cricket 101. You want to go for 700,000? DKC, 700,000. Cricket 101, 700,000. Anybody else in the room for 700,000? Currently on 600,000 for Rustenburg. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Rustenburg, 600,000. Rustenburg. Okay, next player, under 15 seam bowler, Vian De Bruin. Bless you. Vian De Bruin. We're starting on 300,000. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Starting on 300,000. Anybody want to go for Vian De Bruin for 300,000? Anybody for 300,000? Last chance to go off for 300,000 for DKC. Do I have a 350? 350. Do I have 350? Anybody for 350,000? Currently on 300 for DKC. Do I have 350? 350? Anybody in the room for 350,000? Vian De Bruin, player going once. Player going twice. Sold. DKC for 300,000. Thank you. Next player up, under 15, seam bowler, Vian Jooste. Vian Jooste, starting on 300,000. Do I have a 300,000 for Vian Jooste? Anybody that would like to bid for 300,000? Got 300,000. Do I have 350? Do I have a 350? Rustenburg's up for 300. Do I have 350? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 350. Do I have a 350? Anybody for 350? Currently on 300,000 for Rustenburg. Do I have 300,000 to my right? Anybody at the back for 350? To the left, player going once, player going twice. Sold to Rustenburg for 300,000. Ja, Vian 300,000, Rustenburg. I got 21 reasons why I do. Okay, under 15 seam bowler, Liam Chetty. Do I have 300,000 for Liam Chetty? Let's start off with 300,000. Liam Chetty, under 15 seam bowler. Liam Chetty for 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Enige iemand in die kamer vir 300,000. I've got 300,000. Thank you. Do I have 350? 350. Do I have 400? I've got 400. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? I've got 500. Do I have 600,000? I'm looking for 600,000. Currently on 500. 600,000. Do I have 700? I've got 700. Do I have 800,000? I've got 800,000. I've got 700. Do I have 800,000? DKC on 700,000. Do I have 800,000? 800,000. Excellent team. Do I have an 800,000 for Liam Chetty? Do I have 800,000? Currently on 700,000. Excellent team. Do I have an 800,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. DKC for 700,000. DKC 700,000. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Katlego Lebelo, under 15 seam bowler. Katlego starting off on 300,000. Do I have 300,000? Anybody for 300,000 for Katlego? JC3C, 300,000. I've got 300,000 in front. Do I have 350? 350? Anybody in the room for 350,000? Do I have a 350? I've got 350. Do I have 400,000? 400,000. I'm looking for 400,000. I've got 350. I'm looking for 400,000. DKC is on 350. JC 360. Do I have a 400,000? To my left, do I have 400,000? I've got 350. Do I have 400,000? In the back, do I have 400? I've got 400 in front. Do I have a 450? Do I have 450? Vikings is on 400. Do I have a 450? 360. Do I have 450? DKC, do I have 450? 450, currently on 400,000. I'm looking for 450. 360, do I have 450? 450, Vikings is on 400. DKC, do I have 450? 360, do I have 450? Anybody else in the room for 450? Player going once, player going twice. Sold to Vikings for 400,000. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Under 15 seam bowler, Mary Kate Botma. Right, on 300,000. Mary Kate. Anybody for Mary Kate for 300,000? Please indicate very clearly if you would like to bid for 300,000. Anybody up for 300,000 for Mary Kate? 300,000, player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserves. Thank you. Mary Kate. Next player, Nkaba Matunda. 300,000. That's where we're going to start. Do I have anybody in the room for 300,000? 300,000 under 15 seam bowler. 300,000. I got 300,000. Do I have 350? 350. Anybody for 350? 350 in front. Do I have a 400,000? I've got a 350. Do I have 400,000? I've got 350. 400,000. Shamrocks. You want to go 400? 400 in the back. I got 400 in the back for the Shamrocks. Do I have 450? 450. The next bit. Excellent team. Do I have a 450? Anybody on the right hand side for 450? Standing on 400,000. Anybody for 450 at the back? 450. On the left for 450. Anybody else? Player going once. I've got 450. Anybody for 500,000? 500,000. Shamrocks. Do I have 500,000? I've got 500,000 from the Shamrocks. 600,000 is up. Excellent team. Do I have a 600,000? 600,000. That's up for the next player. 600,000. Excellent team. Do I have a 600,000? Currently on 500,000. Anybody else for 600,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Shamrocks for 500,000. Thank you. Next player, Kyle Free. Let's get to Kyle Free. 300,000, I've got 300,000. Do I have 350? 350, I've got 300,000 up. Do I have a 350? 350 for DKC. Do I have a 400,000? Anybody up for 400,000? I've got 400,000 to my left. I'm looking for 450. Do I have a 450,000 for Kyle Free? 450,000. I've got 450,000 from Excellentium. Do I have 500,000? 500,000. I'm looking for 500,000. Cricket 101. Do I have 500? JC3C. Do I have 500? DKC. Do you want to go for 5? I've got 500,000. Do I have 600,000? 600,000. That's what we're looking for now. JC360. Do I have 600,000? Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? Cricket 101. Want to go for 600,000? I've got 500,000 currently. Do I have a 600,000? Cricket 101. Do I have 600,000? Excellentium. Do I have 600,000? For Kyle Free, under 15, I've got 500,000. Do I have 600,000? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to DKC, 500,000. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move along swiftly. We're going to go to the under 15 leg spin category now. So the first player up. Happy. First player, Gabriel Martins Mendes Ribeiro. Okay, so Gabriel, we're going to go for 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? I've got 300,000 from Rustenburg. Do I have 350? 350. Anybody want to go for 350? Rustenburg standing on 300,000. Anybody want to go for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Rustenburg for 300,000. Thank you. Next player, Hanru Kilder. For Hanru, we're looking for 300,000. Starting off on 300,000. Anybody in the room? I've got 300,000 from the Shamrocks. Thank you. Anybody want to go for 350? 350. Currently on 300,000. Anybody want to go for under 15 leg spinner, Hanru Kilder? I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. 350, I've got 350. Do I have 400,000? Do I have a 400,000? 400,000. 400,000 at the back. Do I have 450? I'm looking for 450. Anybody want to go for 450? Shamrocks, you want to go for 450? You've got 450, thank you. How about a 500 from DKC? Do I have a 500,000? Arini, are you going to give me 500,000? I've got 450 at the back for the Shamrocks. Arini, are we going to go for 500? I've got 450. Do I have 500? DKC 500. Do I have 500,000? Anybody want to go for 500,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Shamrocks 450. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh. Okay, JC360 and okay, Rustenburg, can you maybe just confirm Rustenburg, can you maybe just confirm? You Philip? Philip and JC360, Philip? Full team, yeah? Okay, that's confirmed, yes. All right, thank you. Okay, good. Going over to the next player, Adrian Jankovic on a 15 leg spin. Starting off on 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? For Adrian Jankovic, 300,000. Do I have anybody for 300,000? For Adrian, 300,000. Anybody there? I've got 300,000 at the back for Irene. Thank you. Anybody for 350? Looking for 350? 350. I've got 350 for Excellium. Do I have a 400,000? 400,000? 400,000 in front. Do I have 450? 450. I'm looking for 450,000. 450,000. Excellium. Do I have a 450,000? Irene, do I have 450,000? Excellent, yeah, 450. I'm looking for 450. Irene, do I have 450? I'm looking for 450,000. Currently sitting at 400,000. I'm looking for 450. Currently at 400,000. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to the Vikings for 400,000. Okay, player, the next player, thank you ladies and gentlemen. Tian van Geer. I'm starting off on 300,000. 300,000 for Tian van Geer. I've got 300 at the back. Do I have 350? 350 in the room. Do I have a 350? I've got 350 from DKC. Do I have 400? I'm looking for 400 currently on 350. 400, I've got 400 on my left. Do I have a 450? Do I have 450? 450 in the back. Do I have 500? 500. Anybody want to go for 500? Shamrock standing on 450. I'm looking for 500. I've got 500 in the back. Do I have a 600? 600,000. I'm looking for 600,000. Anybody for 600,000? 600 at the back there. 700,000 is up. I'm looking for 700,000. DKC, do we have 700,000? Looking for 700,000. Excellentium. I'm looking for 7. I've got Excellentium on 700,000. Looking for 800. 800. I'm looking for 800,000 currently. Arini, do I have 800,000? How about you, Shamrocks? Do I have 800? I've got 800 from Shamrocks. 900,000. I'm now looking for 900,000. Excellentium. Do I have a 900? How about you, Arini? Do I have a 900? 900,000. 900,000. Excellentium. Do I have 900,000? Currently on 800,000 for Shamrocks. Do I have 9? I've got 900,000. I'm looking for 1 million. 1 million. Shamrocks, are you going to give me a 1 million? Anybody else in the room for 1 million? I've got 1 million from the Shamrocks. 1.1. Now we're standing at 1.1. We're looking for 1.1 million. Anybody looking for 1.1? I've got 1 million from the Shamrocks. 1.1. I've got 1.1 from Excellentium. Shamrocks, are you going to go for 1.2? I'm looking for 1.2. Currently on 1.1. I've got 1.2. I'm looking for 1.3. Now chasing 1.3. Currently standing on 1.2. Looking for 1.3. Excellentium. Are you going to go for 1.3? Is Shamrocks going to take it for 1.2? Anybody else in the room for 1.3? I've got 1.3. I'm looking for 1.4. 1.4 is up. I'm looking for 1.5. 1.5 from Excellentium. Do I have a 1.5? Shamrock standing on 1.4. Anybody else in the room for 1.5? We're standing on 1.4. Excellentium. Are we going to go for a 1.5? Currently on 1.4. Looking for 1.5. Player going once. I've got 1.5. Do I have a 1.6? Do I have a 1.6? I've got 1.6. Do I have a 1.7 for Tian van Geer? 1.7. I'm looking for 1.7. I'm starting at 1.6 currently. I'm looking for 1.7 and a 15 off spin. I'm looking for 1.7. I'm starting at 1.6. Looking for 1.7. We're at 1.6. Player going once. I've got 1.7. I'm looking for 1.8. Shamrocks. Are we going to go for a 1.8? 1.7 is up. I'm looking for a 1.8 currently. 1.8 is up. I'm looking for 1.9. 1.9 million. That's what we're looking for Tian at the moment. Excellent team. Are we going to go for 1.9 for Tian? I'm starting on 1.8 for the Shamrocks. Player going once. Player going twice. Soul to Shamrocks at the back. Shamrocks, I just want to confirm. Shamrocks? I just want to confirm you, Philip? Okay, Philip as well. Thank you. Okay, next player. Riley Fokorot. Alright, I said it. I'll say. That's my gunsteling oomblik van die aand. Alright, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting on 300,000. Let's start on 300,000. Anybody want to go for Riley Fokorot for 300,000? Ek gaan dit die hele tyd sê. 300,000. I've got 300,000. Do I have 350? I've got 300,000. I'm looking for 350. 350 at the back. I'm looking for 400,000. 400,000. Anybody want to go for 400,000? I got 350. I'm looking for 400,000. 400,000 is up. I've got 350 at the back. 400,000 in front. I've got 450 now. Looking for 450. 400. I've got 450 at the back. Are we going to go for 500,000? I've got 500,000 on my right. I'm looking for 600,000 now. Do I have a 600,000? I've got 500. Looking for 600,000. I've got 600,000 from Excellentium. Do I have a 700,000? 700,000. I've got 700,000. Do I have 800? Looking for 800,000 now. Standing on 700,000. I'm looking for 800. 800. Are we going to go for 800? Excellentium. Are we going to go for 800? DKC. Are we looking for 800? How about Irene? Are we going to go for 800? Excellentium is on 800. I'm looking for 900. Looking for 900. Cricket 101. Are we going to go for 900? Irene. 900. Do I have 900? I've got Excellentium on 800. 101. Are we going to go for 900? Anybody else in the room for 900? Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 900. I've got 900. Are we going to go for 1 million? 1 million. It's currently I've got 1 million. Do I have 1.1? We're looking for 1.1. Riley Fokorot. 1.1. 1.1. Do you have 1.2? 1.2. Ek moet professioneel bly, hulle betaal my. 1.2. 1.2. Do we have a 1.2? Currently on 1.1. Excellentium. Do I have a 1.2? I've got 1.2 from Excellentium. Are we going to go for 1.3? 1.3 for Riley. Are we going to go 1.4? I'm looking for 1.5. We're starting on 1.4. Currently for Excellentium, 1.4. Anybody else for 1.5? Cricket 101. Are we going to go for 1.5? Currently on 1.4. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Excellentium for 1.4. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to ask quickly, I'm not sure, they're just asking if the player is well. Can anybody confirm if he is under 15? So we've got a query. Can anybody help me with that, please? Okay, you're going to find out first? Okay, they're going to find out and then we'll come back. Okay, we can come back for that. Thank you. Let's go on for the next player. We're going to come back to that. Thanks. Okay. All right, next player. Reinhard Nieber. 300,000. We're going to start off with 300,000 for Reinhard. Under 15 off spin. Reinhard, I've got 300,000. I'm looking for 350. Anybody want to go for 350? 350,000. I've got 350 in the back. I'm looking for 400,000. I've got 400,000 in the front. Now looking for 450. 450. I've got 450. Now looking for 500. We're going to go for 500 in front. Are we going to go for 600? I'm looking for 600,000 now. 600,000. 600,000. I've got 600 at the back. 700,000. Cricket 101. I've got 700,000 from Cricket 101. We're looking for 800,000. 800,000 now. We're standing on 700 and we're looking for 800,000. 700,000. Anybody else in the room want to go for 800,000? For Reinhard. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. Cricket 101 for 700,000. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to confirm that it is confirmed that he's under 16 and not under 15. So that bid is no longer valid. Please note for Riley. Okay, so you still got that available. Thank you. Kan ons aangaan? Okay, next player. Carlo Kotze. Carlo Kotze, we're starting off on 300,000. Carlo Kotze, 300,000. Anybody want to go? I've got 300,000 from Excellentium. We're now looking for 350. Anybody want to go for 350? I've got 350 at the back. Do I have 400? I'm looking for 400. 400,000. I've got 350 at the back. I'm looking for 400,000. Excellentium, are you going to go for 400,000? I've got 350 at the back. Currently, we're looking for 400,000. 400,000. Yes, I've got 400,000. I'm looking for 450 now. 450, Irene. We're going to go for 450. 450 for Irene. And I'm looking for 500. Excellentium 500. I'm looking for 600 now. 600,000. I've got 600,000 from Irene. I'm looking for 700. 700,000. Looking for 700. I've got 600. I'm looking for 700. 700,000. Still standing on 600,000. Excellentium, are you going to go for 700? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. Irene for 600,000. Thank you. One-on-one, I just want to confirm you're full as well? Yep, okay. Right, next player. Cameron Marimutu. Right. Under 15, leg spin. Cameron, 300,000. Got 300,000. Looking for 350. 350. 350. Do I have 400? I've got 400. Do I have 450? 450. Do I have 500? We're looking for 500. 500,000. I'm looking for 600,000 now. 600,000. Looking for 600,000. Currently on 500. Anybody want to go for 600,000? 600,000. Currently on 500,000. And we're looking for 600,000. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. 500,000 for DKC. Thank you. Okay, next player up. DKC, kan jy net gou vinnig 'n draai maak daarvoor? Okay, next player, Etienne Stigling. Etienne Stigling. Starting off on 300,000 for Etienne. 300,000. Anybody want to go for 300? I've got 300. Do I have 350? I'm looking for 350 currently for Etienne Stigling. 350. I've got 300,000. Anybody want to go for 350? I've got 350. Do I have 400? 400. Do I have 450? 450. I'm looking for 450 now. Standing on 400. Do I have 450? 450,000 rand. Ja, ek moet daai reg kry. 450,000. Standing on 400,000. Looking for 450. 450. Player going once. I've got 450. Do I have 500? I've got 500. I'm looking for 600. 600. Anybody want to go for 600? Excellent team. Do I have 600,000? So I've got 600,000. I'm looking for 700,000 now. 700,000. Vikings. Do I have 700,000? Currently standing on 600,000. looking for 700. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Excellentia. Okay, next player, Xavier Michael Zili. Well, I'm looking for 300 for Xavier. Under 15 leg spin, Xavier, looking for 300. Anybody in the room indicate for 300? I've got 300 at the back, thank you. I'm looking for 350. 350. Looking for 350,000. Anybody in the room for 350? I've got 300 at the back. 350. Anybody in the room for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Irene for 300,000. Okay, next player. Mark Owen Wiggins, looking for 300. Anybody in the room for 300? 300. I'm looking for 300 in the room. Anybody for 300? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserves. Thank you. Is that it? That's a wrap for the 15s. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to take another 5-minute break, but it's very short. We want to get going because we want to get to the under 19s. So please, very sharp, a 5-minute break. If you could be back at 5 to 9. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. If I can ask you to please start moving back to your seats. We're very limited on time, so please, if you can start moving back. Thank you. One, two. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If I could please ask you to take your seats. As almal hulle sitplekke gou vir my kan inneem. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's start with the under 19 retained players. Rustenburg. We're going to go for, well, it's Henry Viljoen, Logan Rousseau, Nathan Rousseau, John Ray, oh, help daar. Daai ene. Wessel Oosthuizen, Henry Smith, Marnus de Wit, and Henry Robinson. Right, moving over to Irene Villages, retained player list, under 19, Divan de Villiers, Heinrich Miller, Jacques Lambrecht, Lucas Jansen van Rensburg, Luca Bellucci, Tristan Davel, Richard Williams, and Tebe Gazide. JC 360, under 19 retained, Divan van Tonner, Pieter Nodee, Elgin Booker, Jadwin Venske, Nathan Willemse, and Logan Free. Cricket 101, retained, Marinus Langerman, Letabo Kunene, Tsepang Laka, Modise Maloka, Divan Haasbroek, Karl de Bruin, Roan Olifant, and Roland Shepherd. Excellent team, Anton Stassen, Charles Prinsloo, Jaco van der Walt, Jan-Ruud de Bruin, Vian Knudsen, and Jaden Potgieter. Over to Shamrocks, retained players, under 19, Willem Severster, Patrick Weir, Aiden van der Westhuizen, G. de Swart, Gerard Engelbrecht, and Pierre de Villiers. And the Vikings, under 19, retained, Gerard Lok, Vian Rudwin, Stefan van Staren, Jason Jansen, and Nicolia Bester. Okay, DKC, Divan de Vries, Sebastian Bauer, Etienne de Toy, Mark van der Merwe, Adam Kanata, Gerry Coetzee, Joe Reach van Skalkwyk, and Liam Bash. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to move a little bit faster. We're running out of time, so please make it very clear that you want to start off on 300,000, or we're just going to move on swiftly. Right, so we're going to go for the wicket keepers first, under 19, and the first player, Sebastian Malherbe. Do I have 300,000 for Sebastian? 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300? I've got 300. Do I have 350? 350. Currently, I've got 300. Do I have 350? 350. Anybody in the room for 350,000? Do I have 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 300,000 for Excellentium. Next player, Ruben van Sail. I'm looking for 300,000 for Ruben van Sail. Ruben van Sail, 300,000. Do I have anybody in the room for 300,000? Please lift up your bats very high so I can see it. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserves. Next player, Divan Barons for 300,000. Anybody in the room for Divan for 300,000? I got 300,000 at the back. Do I have 350? 350. I'm looking for 350. Anybody in the room for 350? 350. Got 350 in front. Do I have 400? I'm looking for 400. 400,000. Got 400,000. Do I have 450? 450. I'm looking for 450. 450 in the front. I'm looking for 500. 500,000 is up now. Looking for 500,000. Do I have? I got 500 in the back. I'm looking for 600 now. 600,000 for Divan Barons. 600,000. I've got 500, 600 in front. I've got looking for 700. Looking for 700. 700. Looking for 700,000. Currently at 600,000 in front. I'm looking for 700. Player going once. I've got 700 back. Do I have 800,000? Looking for 800,000. Anybody in front? JC, do you want to go for 800,000? At the back. Do I have 800,000? Currently on 700. I'm looking for 800. Player going once. I've got 800 in front. I'm looking for 900. 900. I'm looking for 900,000. Shamrocks, do I have 900,000? Last chance. Player going once. I've got 900,000. I'm looking for 1 million. Now looking for 1 million. Currently standing on 900. Looking for 1 million. Anybody want to go for 1 million? JC360, do I have 1 million? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Shamrocks for 900,000. Thank you. Next player, Dion van Huisteen. Starting on 300,000 for Dion. 300,000 for Dion. Please make it very clear if you want to go for 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. I've got 300 in front. Looking for 350. 350. Anybody up for 350? Looking for 350,000. Anybody in the room for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Vikings for 300,000. Okay, next player. Luneel Prince, 300,000. Looking for 300,000 for Luneel. Got 300,000 in front. Looking for 350. 350. Anybody for 350? Still going on 350. Anybody in the room for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to DKC for 300,000. Next player, Matthew Nell. Looking for 300,000 for Matthew Nell. Anybody want to go for 300,000 for Matthew Nell? Please lift up your bats to indicate clearly your bid. 300,000 for Matthew Nell. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Thank you. Next player. Payden Gray. As the next player, we're looking for 300,000 for Payden. Please indicate if anybody's looking for Payden for 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? I've got 300,000. I'm looking for 350. Anybody for 350 for Payden? 350. 350 is up. Anybody still for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Irene for 300,000. Next player, Bekes van der Berg. Bekes van der Berg. Looking for 300,000 for Bekes. 300,000. Do I have 300,000 for Bekes? I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. Anybody for 350? Still looking for 350. I've got 300. Looking for 350. I've got 350 in front. Looking for 400. 400,000. Anybody want to go for 400,000? I've got 400,000. Looking for 450. Now looking for 4. I've got 450. I'm looking for 500,000. Anybody want to go for 500,000? I've got 450. Looking for 500,000. I've got 500,000. Looking for 600 now. Going up for 600. Cricket 101. Do I have 600,000? Currently on 500. Do I have 600,000? Player going. Well, I've got 600,000. Looking for 700. Now looking for 700. Anybody in the room want to go for 7? I've got 700,000. I'm looking for 800 now. Anybody want to go for 800,000? I've got 700. I'm looking for 800. 800. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to JC360 for 700,000. Thank you. Next player. All right, looking for 300,000 for Ruben Horn. Anybody for 300,000? Can I see your hands or your bats, please? 300,000 for the bit. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for Ruben? Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. Anybody want to go for 350? I've got 300 in the back. 350. Anybody want to go for 350? I've got 300. Currently, anybody want to go for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Irene for 300,000. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to confirm if this player is not on the retained list. Can someone maybe confirm that for us, if he's not on the retained list? Retained? Yeah? Yeah. Okay, so ander woorde, hy gaan. Ons gaan die volgende toe. So it goes back, eh? Okay. Jy let hom. Goed. Next player, under 19 wicketkeepers, Dylan Kugelenberg. 300,000. I'm looking for 300,000. Anybody want to go for 300,000 for Dylan? 300,000. Anybody in the room? I've got 300 in the back. I'm looking for 350 now. 350,000. I've got 300. I'm looking for 350. I've got 350 in front. Looking for 400 now. Looking for 400,000. Anybody? I've got 400 in the back. I'm looking for 450. 450 in front. Looking for 500 now. I'm now looking for 500. Anybody at the back for 500? Shamrocks, you want to go for 500,000? Anybody for 500,000? Player going once. Player going twice. 500,000. Looking for 600,000 now. Looking for 600,000. Anybody in the room for 600,000? Vikings, you want to go for 600,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 500,000 to Shamrocks. Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move over to the batsman in the under 19. And we're going to start off with 300,000 for Tian Greiling. 300,000, Tian Greiling. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for under 19 batsman? Tian Greiling. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to the reserve. Thank you. Next batsman is Zach Berens. I'm now looking for 300,000 for Zach Berens. Anybody want to go for 300,000? Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. I've got 300,000 in front. I'm looking for 350 now. Anybody want to go for 350,000? I've got 350 at the back. I'm looking for 400,000 now. I've got 350. I'm looking for 400,000. 400,000. Looking for 400. Got 350. I've got 400 now. I'm looking for 450. Anybody want to go for 450? I've got 400. Looking for 450. Anybody else want to go for 450? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. JC360 for 400,000. Next player, under 19 batsman, we've got Cameron Welsh, opening up at 300,000. Any bids in the room for 300,000? Anybody want to go? I've got 300,000, looking for 350 now. Anybody want to go for 350? Okay, 350, I'm looking for 400. 400,000. I'm now looking for 400, I've got 400, looking for 450. 450,000. 400's up, I'm looking for 450. 450,000, I've got 400. Looking for 450, I've got 450. Now looking for 500,000. Anybody want to go for 500,000? I've got 450, I've got 500 now. I'm looking for 600,000. Now want to go for 600, I've got 600,000. Looking for 700. Are we going to go for 700,000? Cricket 101. Are we going to go for 700,000? I've got 600. Looking for 7. I've got 700,000. Now we're looking for 800,000. Got 800,000 for Cameron Wells. 800,000 I've got for Cameron Wells. Now looking for 900. Do I have a 900,000? Got 800. Looking for 900. 900. I've got 900. Now looking for 1 million. 1 million is up. I'm looking for 1.1 now. 1.1 million. 1.1 is up. I'm looking for 1.2. 1.2 million. I've got 1.2 for JC. Cricket 101. I've got 1.3. I've got 1.3 now. Now looking for 1.4. 1.4 million is up. I've got 1.4. Cricket 101. Do I have a 1.5? Looking for 1.5 now for Cameron Welsh. 1.5 is up. Looking for 1.6. 1.6 is up. Looking for 1.7. 1.7 is going to go 1.8. Looking for 1.8 for JC360. Come on, let's go for a 1.8. We've got a 1.7. Now settling for 1.7. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Cricket 101 for 1.7. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player, Mohammed Akhtar Bulbulia. So Mohammed, starting on 300,000. Anybody? I've got 300,000. Looking for 350 now. 350. I've got 300,000 in the middle. I'm looking for 350. Anybody in the room that want to go for 350? I've got 300. Looking for 350. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 300,000, Rustenburg. Next player, Ryan Herselman. That's the next player, Ryan Herselman, under 19 batsman. 300,000, please. Starting off. Anybody in the room? 300,000. I've got 300,000. Looking for 350 now. Anybody for 350? 350 in the front. Looking for 400, yeah, 400 in the back. Looking for 450. 450. Do I have a 450? I've got 450. Looking for 500. 500. Looking for 600. 600. I've got 700. Looking for 700. I've got 600. Looking for 700. 700. I've got 7 at the back. 800 now. 800. Does anybody want to go for 800,000? I've got 700. Looking for 800,000. Anybody want to go for 800,000? Got 700. Looking for 800. I've got 800 in the back, looking for 900,000. 900,000 now for Ryan Hasselman. I've got 800, looking for 900,000. Anybody want to go for 900,000? I've got 900,000, looking for 1 million. 1 million is up now. It's standing on 900,000, looking for 1 million. I've got it at 900, looking for 1 million. Anybody looking for 1 million? Do I have 1 million? I've got 1 million from Irene. I'm looking for 1.1 Shamrock. Are we going to go for 1.1? 1.1 million. Standing on one. I've got 1.1. I'm looking for 1.2. I've got 1.2 now. 1.3. I'm looking for 1.3. 1.3 million. Calling at Rustenburg for 1.2. Now looking for 1.3. 1.3 at the back for Irene. Are we going to go for 1.4? 1.4 million, Rustenburg. Do I have 1.4, Shamrocks? Are we going to go for 1.4? I've got 1.4 from Shamrocks. 1.5 now is up for, looking for 1.5. Standing at Shamrocks for 1.4, so looking for 1.5 million. Are we going to go for 1.5 or 1.5? Are we going to go for 1.6? I'm looking for 1.6. I'm looking for 1.7. I've got 1.6 at Rustenburg. Looking for 1.7 at the back. 1.8. 1.8 Rustenburg. Shamrocks. Are we going to go for 1.8? We've got 1.7 currently. Looking for 1.8. Shamrocks. Are we going to go for 1.8? Rustenburg. Player going once. Player going twice. 1.8. I've got 1.8. 1.9. I'm looking for 2. 2 million now. Looking for 2 million. Irene standing on 1.9. I'm looking for 2 million. Anybody in the room? Rustenburg. Do I have 2? Do I have a 2 million? Shamrocks. Do I have a 2 million? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Irene for 1.9. Okay. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. Next guy up. Thank you. Rian Lees, starting off 300,000 for Rian. 300,000 for Rian. Anybody in the room for 300? I've got 300. Looking for 350. 350. Anybody want to go for 350? I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. 350 in front. I'm looking for 400 now. Anybody want to go for 400,000? I've got 350. I'm looking for 400,000. Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 400,000. Now looking for 450. I've got 400. Looking for 450. I've got 450. Now looking for 500. 500,000 for Rian. Anybody want to go for 500,000? I've got 450. I've got 500 now. Looking for 600,000. Now we're looking for 600,000 for Rian. 600,000. 600,000. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Excelitium, 500,000. Thank you. Okay. Dankie dames en heren. Next player. Riley Miller. Alright. And we're going on 300,000. Riley Miller. 300,000. Anybody in the room? For 300. I've got 300 back. Looking for 350. 350,000. Do I have a 350,000? I've got 350 in front. Looking for 400 now. Anybody want to go 400 at the back? Looking for 450. I've got 400. Looking for 450 now. Anybody else want to go for 450? I've got 450 on my left. Thank you. I've got 450. I'm looking for 500. 500,000. I've got 500 here. Looking for 600,000 now. Looking for 600. I've got 600. Looking for 700. 700 in front. Looking for 800,000. 800 in the middle. I've got 900 now. I've got 800. Looking for 900. 900 is up. I'm looking for 1 million. 1 million. I'm starting on 900. Looking for 1 million. Are we going to go? I've got 1 million on my left. Thank you. 1.1. Looking for 1.1. I've got 1.1 to my right. Looking for 1.2 at the back. 1.3 now. Looking for 1.3. I've got 1.2. Looking for 1.3. Are we going to go for 1.3? Yep. I've got 1.3 in front here. Now looking for 1.4 million. 1.4 for Riley. I've got 1.4 on my left. Now looking for 1.5. 1.5 million. Anybody want to go for 1.5 at the back? 1.6 now. Looking for 1.6 million. 1.6. I've got 1.5. I've got 1.6 now. 1.7. 1.7. I've got 1.6. Now going for 1.7 at the back. 1.8. I've got 1.7. Looking for 1.8. 1.8 million. 1.8 to my left. I'm looking for 1.9. 1.9 million. I do have 1.8. 1.9 million. Shamrocks, are you going to go for 1.9 million? Vikings, I've got Shamrocks on 1.9, looking for 2. Looking for 2 million. Excellent, yeah. Now looking for 2 million, starting on 1.9, but looking for 2 million. Do I have a 2 million, starting on 1.9, player going once? I've got 2 million. Now looking for 2.1, 2.1 million. 2.1, I've got 2.1, 2.2. Looking for 2.2, excellent. Do I have a 2.2 million? Currently on 2.1, looking for 2.2 million. Excellent. Do I want to go for 2.2? I've got 2.2 from Excellentium. Now looking for 2.3 million. 2.3 million. I've got 2.2 and looking for 2.3 million. Shamrocks, are you going to go for 2.3? Starting on 2.2 for Excellentium. Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 2.3 in front. Now looking for 2.4. 2.4 million. Looking for 2.4 million. Now looking for 2.4. Excellent. Do I have 2.4? I've got 2.3. I'm looking for 2.4. Do I have 2.4? Do I have a 2.4 over here? I've got 2.3. Do I have a 2.4? Player going once. I've got 2.4. Now looking for 2.5. 2.5 million. I've got 2.4. I'm looking for 2.5. I've got 2.5 now. Now looking for 2.6 million. Anybody want to go for a 2.6 million for Riley Miller? I've got 2.5. I'm looking for 2.6. Shamrocks, do I have a 2.6? Excellentium, do I have a 2.6? I've got 2.5. Looking for 2.6. I've got 2.6 over there. Now looking for 2.7. 2.7. I've got 2.7 at the back. 2.8 million now. 2.8 million now. Shamrocks on 2.7. Do I have a 2.8 JC360? Are we going to have a 2.8? It's starting on 2.7. I've got 2.8. I've got 2.8. Are we going 2.9? 2.9 million now. Looking for 3 million currently. We're starting on 2.9 million. We're looking for 3 million. Are we going to have 3 million? I've got 3 million. 3.1. 3.1 now. Looking for 3.1. Shamrocks, do we have 3.1? JC, 3.1. I've got 3. Are we going to go for 3.1? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Excellentium. 3. Thank you. Next player. Tian Du Plessis. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Volgende speler, Tian Du Plessis. Starting off, thank you. 300,000. 300,000 for Tian Du Plessis, onder 19. Tian Du Plessis. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold. And we'll go to reserve. Thank you. Next player, Jonathan Skippers, 300,000. Anybody for 300,000 for Jonathan Skippers? Please indicate clearly for 300,000 for Jonathan Skippers. I've got 300,000. Now looking for 350. Do I have 350,000? Got 300. Looking for 350. Anybody in the room for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 300,000 for Rustenburg. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next player, Luke Marshall. 300,000. Open for Luke Marshall. I will keep looking for Luke Marshall for 300,000. Nog een keer. 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player. Isa Balbulia. So for Isa, 300,000. Ons maak hom op 300,000, 300,000. Anybody? I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. 350 now. Rustenburg's on 300. Looking for 350. 350,000 rand for Isa. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 300,000, Rustenburg. Okay, next player, Aiden Marshall, and we're starting off on 300,000. Please indicate clearly 300,000 for Aiden Marshall, under 19 bat. 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Amogelang Chagong, under 19 batsman. We're going to start off with 300,000. Do I have 300,000 in the room? Anybody for 300,000? Please indicate clearly. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, next player, Abdul Kasim. So we're going to go for Abdul Kasim, 300,000. Do I have 300,000 in the room? Anybody for 300,000 for Abdul Kasim? Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player, Johan Broekman. We're starting off on 300,000. So Johan Broekman, 300,000 for Johan Broekman. Do I have 300,000? I've got 300 at the back. 350 now. Looking for 350. I've got 300. Looking for 350. I've got 350 to my left. Looking for 400 now. 400,000. Looking for 400. Please indicate clearly. 400. I've got 450. Thank you at the back. Now looking for 500 for Johan Broekman. 500 to my left. I'm looking for 600 now. 600,000. Looking for 600,000. 600,000. Do I have a 600,000? Standing on 500. Looking for 600,000. Player going once. I've got 600,000 in front. Now looking for 700,000. Johan Broekman for 700,000. I've got 600. Looking for 700,000. Anybody for 700,000? I've got 700,000. Looking for 800,000. 800 in front. I'm looking for 900 now. Looking for 900,000. 900,000. Anybody want to go for 900,000? Player going once. Player going, I've got 900,000. I'm looking for 1 million. 1 million is up. I'm looking for 1 million. I've got 900. I'm looking for 1 million. Now looking for 1 million. Do I have 1 million? Standing on 900,000. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold for 900,000. Cricket 101. Okay, thank you ladies and gentlemen. Judah Phillips, ons gaan nie mekaar verraai nie. Ons gaan hom regkry. Daar was nog een. Alright, Judah Phillips, 300,000. Do I have 300,000? Anybody in the room? I've got 300 in front. Looking for 350. 350 now. Anybody in the room for 350,000? I'm looking for 300. I've got 300. 300. I'm looking for 350. 350. Anybody in the room for 350? Player going once. I've got 350 now. Looking for 400. 400 at the back. I'm looking for 450. 450. Do I have a 450,000? Looking for 450. I've got 400. Looking for 450. 450. Anybody for 450? Standing on 400,000. For Irene. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 400,000 to Irene. Thank you. Okay, next player, Jaden Blom, 300,000. Jaden Blom, 300,000. Kom ons begin by Jaden Blom vir 300. Ek het 300 daar agter. Thank you. I've got 300,000 looking for 350. 350,000. Thanks. 350. I've got 300 at the back. I'm looking for 350. 350 to my left. I'm looking for 400,000 now. 400,000. Looking for 400. 400 at the back. I'm looking for 450. 450 now. I've got 400, looking for 450. I've got 450, looking for 500. 500, I've got 500,000, looking for 600 now. 600,000 for Jaden Blom. 600,000 is up. I've got 500, looking for 600 now. 600,000. Anybody in the room for 600,000? I'm standing on 500,000 for the Shamrocks. Player going once, player going twice. Sold. 500,000 to the Shamrocks. Okay, next player, Connor Hall. We're starting off 300,000 for Connor. Anybody for 300,000? Iemand for 300,000? Let's start off. The room is open for 300. I've got 300 to my left. Now looking for 350. 350. Anybody for 350,000? I'm looking for 350. I've got 300. Looking for 350. I've got 350 at the back. Looking for 400. 400 to my left. Looking for 450. 450 at the back. 500 now. Looking for 500. Starting on 450. I'm looking for 500. Anybody going for 5? I've got 500 to my left. Now looking for 600,000. 600,000. 600,000 for Connor Hall. 600,000. Anybody in the room? I've got 500. Looking for 600. Anybody in the room still want to go for 600? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. For 500,000 to Cricket 101. Okay, next player, Christoph van Rooyen. Opening up 300. 300. Christoph van Rooyen. Anybody for 300? I've got 300 to my left. Now looking for 350. Anybody want to go for 350? I've got 300, looking for 350 now. For Christoph van Rooyen. 350 for Christoph van Rooyen. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Cricket 101, 300,000. Okay, next player. Wesley Brewer. Opening up 300. 300, okay, 300 daar. I'm looking for 350 now. Anybody want to go for 350 for Wesley Brewer? 350. I've got 300, looking for 350. Last chance to go for 350. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Rustenburg for 300,000. Next player, Bowago Motlaberi, and I'm starting off on 300,000, looking for 300. 300. Enigiemand vir 300 om mee te begin. Let's start off with 300,000. Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 300,000 tomorrow. I've got 350. 350 over there. 350. I'm looking for 400 now. 400 in front. Looking for 450. 450. I've got 350. I'm looking. 400. I've got 400. Looking for 450 now. 450. I'm looking for 450. 450. Ek het 400. Ek soek 450. Het ek 'n 450 daar by julle. I've got 400 currently. I'm looking for 450. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold for 400,000 to the Vikings. Okay, next player, Murate Lefidi. We're going to start off with 300,000. 300,000 is whoop. Anybody for 300,000? Got 300 in the back. Looking for 350. 350. Ek soek nou 350. Anybody for 350 to my left? Looking for 400,000. Anybody want to go for 400? I've got 350. I'm looking for 400. Do I have? I've got 400 in the back. Looking for 450 now. 450 in the front. Now soek ek 500. Looking for 500. Do I have it? I've got 500 in the back. I've got 550. 600. 600 over there. 700 now. Looking for 700. I've got 600. I'm looking for 700 now. 700 to my left. Looking for 800. I've got 700. I'm looking for 800. Ek het 700, ek soek 800 nou. Looking for 800. Last chance to go for 800. Got 800. Now looking for 900. Got 900 over there. 1 million. Now going over to 1 bar. 1 miljoen. Ek het 900. I'm looking for 1 million. And your last chance to go for 1 million. I've got 900. Player going once. I've got 1 million. I'm looking for 1.1. 1.1. 1.1 at the back. Shamrocks. I'm looking for 1.1. Now looking for 1.1. I'm starting on 1 million. Looking for 1.1 million. Anybody? Okay, 1.1. Looking for 1.2. 1.2. I've got 1.1. I'm looking for 1.2. Rustenburg's on 1.1. I'm looking for 1.2. This is your last chance to go for 1.2. I've got 1.1. I've got 1.2 at the back. Now looking for 1.3. 1.3 million. I've got 1.2 at the back. Now looking for 1.3 million. Shamrock's got it at 1.2. 1.3. This is your last chance. Player going once. I've got 1.3. 1.4. Now looking for a 1.4 million. I've got a 1.3. Now looking to get to a 1.4. Do I have Shamrocks a 1.4 from me? Currently at Rustenburg at 1.3. This is your last. I've got 1.4. Now looking for 1.5. 1.5 million. I've got 1.4. Now looking for 1.5 from Rustenburg. 1.6. I'm now looking for 1.6 million from the Shamrock. 1.6. Do I have 1.6? I've got 1.5. Do I have 1.6? 1.6. I've got 1.5 from Rustenburg. Last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Rustenburg for 1.5. Okay, next player. Stefan de Villiers. En Stefan de Villiers begin ons op 300,000. We're starting off for 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. 350 now. We're looking for 350. I've got 300. Looking for 350. Anybody in the room for 350,000? This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Excelitium, 300,000. Okay, next player. David Fourie. I'm looking for 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? The room is open. 300,000. For David Fourie. Anybody for 300,000? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player, Herman Richter. And we're starting off 300,000. Herman for 300,000. Anybody for 300,000 for Herman Richter? Do I have a 300,000 from anybody? Under 19 batsman, 300,000. Anybody? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Theo van Tonner for 300,000 rand. Het ek 300,000 for Theo. Wys vir ons daai bid. Please indicate clearly. 300,000 for Theo. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 300,000. Now I'm looking for 350. I'm looking for 350. Anybody in the room want to go for 350,000? I've got 300 currently. Looking for a 350. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. 300,000 to Shamrocks. Next player, Rowan Sweetnam. 300,000. 300,000. Ons begin op 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 300,000. Enigiemand vir 300? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Abu Bakr Razul. 300,000. We're going to start off with 300,000. Anybody want to go for 300,000? Let's start off on 300. Anybody in the room for 300,000? Player going once. Going to, I've got 300,000 in front. Looking for 350. Now I want to go for 350. Anybody want to go for 350,000? I've got 300. Going once. Going twice. And sold. 300,000. JC 360. Okay, next player, Seth Foster. Die volgende speler is Seth Foster, and we're starting over 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for Seth Foster? 300,000. Do I have 300,000? Van enigiemand af? Player going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Okay, next player. William Burgess. We're starting off 300. I get 300. Enigiemand for 300,000. Looking for 300,000 for William, under 19 batsman. Anybody for 300? I've got 300 at the back. Looking for 350. 350. Now looking for 350. I've got 300 at the back. This is your last chance. I've got 350 in front. Looking for 400 now. I've got 350. I'm looking for 400. 400 at the back. I'm looking for 450. 450 voor. Ek soek 500. I've got 500. Looking for 5. I've got 500 at the back. Looking for 600 now. Ek soek 600. Looking for 600. I've got 5. I'm looking for 600. I've got 600 in front. Looking for 700. Ek het 600. Ek soek 700. Looking for 700 now. 700,000. This is your last chance. Staying on 600. Player going once. Going to I've got 700 at the back. Looking for 800. 800. I've got 800 now. 900,000. Looking for 900,000. Ek het 800, but I'm looking for 900,000. 900,000. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 800,000. JC 360. Okay, next player. Ons het vir Zandrey van Staden. Zandrey van Staden. 300,000. We're starting on 300,000. Anybody for Zandrey for 300,000? The room is open. 300,000. Please make it clear with your bat so I can see it clearly. This is your last chance. I've got 300,000. Now looking for 350. 350 back. Looking for 400. I want to get to 400. I've got 350. I'm looking for 400,000. Ek soek nou 400. Ek het 350. I'm looking for 400. I'm going to get to 400,000. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Irene for 350. Okay, next player. Christian Versaghi op 300,000. Christian Versaghi op 300,000. Enigiemand hier vir Christian Versaghi, starting off on 300,000. Anybody, this is your last chance for 300,000. I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. 350 now. I'm looking for 350. Ek het 300, ek soek 350. 300,000. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. XLATM for 300,000. Next player. Lucas Stein. I've got Lucas Stein, and we're starting off on 300,000. Anybody for 300,000 for Lucas Stein? Looking for 300,000. 300,000 for Lucas Stein. Anybody in the room? Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player, Wynand Fasching. And we're going to start off op 300. Opening up at 300. Enigiemand op 300,000. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player, Tyler Pinar. En ons begin weer op 300,000 vir Tyler. Anybody want to go for 300,000 vir Tyler Pinar? 300,000. I'm looking for 300,000. Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. Ek soek nou 350. Ek het 300. I'm looking for 350. Anybody want to go for 350? Vikings now on 300. Anybody for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Vikings for 300,000. Luca Wood is die volgende speler vir 300,000 rand. Luca Wood. It's open for 300,000. Het ons 300,000 vir Luca Wood. Anybody for 300,000? This is your last chance. Player going once. I've got 300,000 in front, looking for 350 now. Want to go for 350. I've got 300, looking for 350. 350. Give 350 to my left. Now looking for 400. 400,000. Looking for 400,000. I've got 350, looking for 400,000. 400,000 is up. I've got 400. Looking for 450. I've got 450. I'm looking for 500. I want to get to 500. I got 500. I'm looking for 600,000 now. 600,000. Het ons 600,000. Ek het 500 hier so by JC 360. Maar ek soek 600 nou. Do I have a 600,000? Anybody else in the room want to go for 600? Are we going to go for 600,000 to my left? This is the player going once. Player going twice. I've got 600,000. Looking for 700. I've got 800, 900. 1 million. Do I have 1 million? I've got 900. I'm looking for 1 million. I'm looking for 1 million. Anybody want to go for 1 million? I've got 900,000 from 360, and I want to go to 1 million. Do I have? I've got 1 million. Looking for 1.1. 1.1. I've got 1.2 now. Looking for 1.2. I've got 1.1. I'm looking for a 1.2 million now. Cricket 101. Het ek 'n 1.2. Ek het 'n 1.1. Ek soek die 1.2 by julle. Do I have a 1.2? Player going once. Player going. I've got 1.2. Now looking for 1.3. 1.3 million. I've got a 1.2 now. Want to go to 1.3 million. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Cricket 101 for 1.2. Okay, next player. Batsman Alexander Volkskink. Starting off. Thank you. 300,000. 300,000. Ek het 300. Ek soek 350. I got 350 now. Looking for 400. I'm looking for 400. I got 350. Looking for 400,000. Looking for 400. I got 400 at the back. Looking for 450. 450. I've got 450. Looking for 500. 500,000. Dis die volgende prys. Ek het 450. Ek soek 500,000. I'm looking for 500,000. Anybody in the room want to go for 500? Do I have 450? I've got 500. Do I have 600? 600. Do I have 700? I've got 700 over here. I'm looking for 800 now. 800 in front. Looking for 900. Do I have 900? 900. Do I have a million? I've got 1 million. 1.1. I'm looking for 1.1. 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. I'm looking for 1.4. 1.4 million currently standing on. I've got 1.3. I'm looking for 1.4. Currently on 1.3. 1.4, looking for a 1.5, 1.5, 1.6. I'm looking for 1.6. I do have 1.5. Looking for 1.6. I got 1.6, 1.7, 1.8, 1.9. 1.9. I'm looking for 2. I'm looking for 2 million. I've got 2 million, 2.1. 2.1 million. I'm looking for 2.1. I've got 2.1, 2.2. Now looking for 2.2. Do I have a 2.2 million? I'm looking for 2.2 here. I'm looking for 2.3. 2.3. I've got a 2.2. I'm looking for 2.3. 2.3 at the back. Now looking for 2.4. 2.4 million. I've got 2.3 at the back. 2.4 in front. Looking for 2.5. 2.5 million. Looking for 2.5. I've got 2.5 at the back. Looking for 2.6 now. I've got 2.5. Looking for 2.6. 2.6 million. 2.5 is at the back. Looking for 2.6. Do I have a 2.6 from the Vikings? Do I have 2.6? I've got 2.6 from the Vikings. Looking for 2.7. 2.7 now. We're running out of time. 2.7 at the back. Looking for 2.8. 2.8 million is where we're standing now. 2.8, 2.7 is what I've got. I'm looking for 2.8 now. Player going once. I've got 2.8. 2.9 million. I'm looking for 2.9. Starting on 2.9 at the back. Now looking for 3. 3 million. Look, got 2.9. And now looking for a full 3 million. A 3 bar. 3 bar in front. Looking for 3.1 now. Looking for 3.1 million. I've got 3. I'm looking for 3.1. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 3.1. Now looking for 3.2, 3.2, 3.3. Looking for 3.3 for Alexander. 3.3. I'm starting on 3.2. Looking for 3.3 million. Shamrocks, do I have a 3.3 million? I'm on 3.2 now. Player going once. I've got 3.3. Now looking for 3.4. 3.4 million is where I'm standing at the moment. So I'm looking for 3.4. Vikings, do I have a 3.4 million? I'm standing on 3.3. This is your last chance. The player going once. The player going twice. And 3.4. Now looking for 3.5. 3.5 billion, Shamrocks. Do I have a 3.5 million? I'm standing on 3.4. I'm looking for 3.5. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. Vikings, 3.4 million. Okay, thank you. Next player, LT van der Nest, starting off 300,000. 300,000, LT van der Nest. Anybody in the room for LT van der Nest, 300,000? Going once. I've got 300 now. Looking for 350. 350. Thank you. Looking for 350,000. 350. This is your last chance for 350. Player going once. Player going twice. LTS sold to Vikings for 300,000. Next player. Frederik Schmidt. Frederik Schmidt. Starting off. Thank you. For 300,000. 300,000. Dis waar ons gaan begin op 300,000. I've got 300 at the back. Now looking for 350. 350. Ek soek 'n 350. Anybody want to go for 350,000? This is your last chance. A 350. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold to Shamrocks for 300,000. Okay, next player, Dion Eiker, and we're going to start off on 300,000. Anybody want to open the room for 300,000? Please make your indications clear. I've got 300,000 to my left, now 350. Ek soek 350. Anybody want to go for 350? This is your last chance at 350. Player going once, going twice. Sold to 101 for 300,000. Next player, Bertus Mulder. En ons begin met Bertus op 300,000. Bertus Mulder op 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? This is your last chance at 300,000. Player going once. Player going twice. I've got 300,000. Looking for 350. Looking for 350 now. Anybody in the room for 350? 350. Do I have a 350? This is your last chance. Going at 350. Player going once. Going twice. Sold to 300,000 to Cricket 101. Cricket 101, are you full? Yep, fill up? Yeah. Yep, yeah. Okay, next player, Damien Pringle. So we're starting off on 300,000 for Damien. Anybody want to go for 300,000 for Damien Pringle? 300,000 to my right. I'm looking for 350 for Damien. Do I have 350,000 for Damien? This is your last chance at 350. Anybody want to go for 350? Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. Vikings for 300,000. Okay, next player, DW van Rooyen. And we're starting off 300. Anybody want to go for 300 for DW van Rooyen? 300,000. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Dumisani Mochweni. And we're going to start off with 300,000. Iemand op 300? Ek het 300 daar agter. Thank you. Anybody for 350? Anybody want to go for 350? For Dumisani for 350. I've got 300. Looking for 350. Anybody else in the room? Player going once. I've got 350 in front. Looking for 400. 400 over there. 450 now. Looking for 450. 400 at the back. I'm looking for 500. 500,000 now. I've got 450 at the back. Looking for 500,000. 500 in front. Looking for 600. Ek soek 600 nou. Enigemand op 600. Ek het 500 reeds hier voor. Ek soek 600 nou. Looking for 600,000. Do I have 600,000 at the back? Het ek 600 DKC. I've got 500. Looking for 600. This is your last chance. I've got 600 over there. Now 700. Looking for 700. Anybody that wants to go for 700,000? Het ek 700,000. Ek het 600, ek soek 700. Ek soek 700. Ek het 700 hier voor. Nou soek ek 800. Looking for 800,000. 800,000 is now up for Dumisani. Ek het 700, ek soek 800. Do I have 800 over there? At the back, do I have 800 DKC? This is your last, I got 800 over there. Now looking for 900. Ek soek nou 900. I'm starting on 800, looking for 900 now. 360, het ons 'n 900,000. This is your last chance. The player's going once. Player's going twice. And sold to DKC, 800,000. Thank you. Okay, next player. Valdemar Graham, 300,000 please. Kom ons begin op 300 vir Valdemar. Anybody on 300,000? This is your last chance. I've got 300 in front. Looking for 350? Enige iemand op 350? Ek het 300, ek soek 350. Looking for 350? Anybody who wants to go for 350 for Valdemar? Last chance at 350, player going once. Player going twice. Sold. 300,000, JC 360. Okay, next player, Vian Erasmus en Vian Erasmus op 300,000. Ek soek 300, ek het 300, ek soek 350. Looking for 350 now for Vian. Now looking for 350,000. Last chance at 350. Player going once, player going twice. Sold. Rustenburg, 300,000. Okay, now. We're starting with Marcus Bakker. And we're starting off with 300,000. I've got 300 in front. Now looking for 350, 350, 400. I'm looking for 450 now. I've got 450, I'm looking for 500. 500, looking for 600,000 now. 600 hiervoor, looking for 700, 700, 800 now, 800, 900, 900. Now I'm looking for 1. I'm looking for 1.1, 1.2. Looking for 1.2, 1.2, 1.3, 1.3, 1.4. Looking for 1.4 million. I've got 1.3, I'm looking for 1.4, 1.4 in front. Now looking for 1.5, 1.5 at the back. I'm looking for 1.6, 1.6 over there, 1.7 now. Want to get into 1.7, 1.7, 1.8. Now looking for 1.8 million. I've got 1.7, now looking for 1.8 million. I get 1.7, I got 1.8 at the back. I'm looking for 1.9. 1.9 million now, 1.9 in front. Now looking for 2 over there. Now looking for 2.1. 2.1 million is what I'm looking for now. I got 2 million, I'm looking for 2.1. 2.1 million is up for Marcus Bucker. I've got 2, I got 2.1 over there. Now 2.2. 2.2, looking for 2.3. 2.3, 2.3, 2.3 daar, 2.4. 2.4, I'm looking for 2.4 million. Anybody that wants to go for 2.4 million? I've got 2.3 from Rustenburg. Now looking for 2.4. 2.4 million. This is your last chance at 2.4. Player going once. I've got 2.4 in front now. 2.5. Now looking for a 2.5. I've got 2.5. 2.6. Now looking for 2.6 million. I've got 2.5. Now looking for 2.6. Do I have a 2.6 from anyone at this moment? I got 2.5 from Rustenburg. Looking for 2.6. This is your last chance at 2.6. Player going once. I've got 2.6 in front. Now 2.7. Now looking for 2.7 million. Looking for 2.7. I've got 2.6. Now looking for 2.7. Do I have a 2.7? I've got 2.7 at the back. Now 2.8. Do I have a 2.8 in the room? Got a 2.7. But do I have a 2.8 million? Look at in front here. Ek het 2.7 van Rustenburg. I'm looking for 2.8. This is your last chance at 2.8. 2.8 in front. Now looking for 2.9. 2.9 million. Do I have a 2.9? Rustenburg. Do I have an indication? 2.9 for Rustenburg now. Now I'm looking for 3. Ek soek 3 miljoen. Ek is op soek na 3 miljoen. Waar gaan ons gaan met hierdie ouetjie? Ons soek 3 miljoen. We want to see this one go. 3 million. JC3C, do I have a 3 million? Do I have 3 bar? I'm standing on this of 2.9 currently for Rustenburg. This is your last chance at 3 million. Player going off. I've got 3 million in front. Now looking for 3.1 from Rustenburg. Now looking for 3.2. 3.2 is up for the player. 3.2. Got 3.1. Now looking for 3.2. Anybody in the room for 3.2? Looking for 3.2. 3.1 is up. We're looking for 3.2 from Marcus Bucket. This is your last. 3.2 is up. Now looking for 3.3. We're looking for 3.3 million. I've got 3.3 from Rustenburg. Now looking for 3.4. 3.4 million. Do I have anybody in the room for 3.4 million for Marcus Bucker? 3.4. Got 3.3. Looking for 3.4. This is your last chance. Player going once. For 3.3. For 3.4. Do I have it? Player going twice. And sold. Rustenburg. 3.3 million. Okay, next player, Reino Redlinghuis. Ons soek vir Reino Redlinghuis, 300,000. Starting off on 300,000. Anybody in the room for 300,000? This is your last chance for 300,000. Player going once. Player going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Under 19 batsman Nicolas Rousseau. We're starting off on 300,000. Nicolas Rousseau, 300,000. Thank you. 300,000. I got 300 at the back. Looking for 350 now. 350. We're looking for 400. Do I have a 400,000 from anybody in the room for 400,000? I got 400 at the back. Looking for 450. 450 here. Looking for 500,000 now. 500,000. I get 450. I'm looking for 500,000. Anybody in the room that wants to go for 500,000? I got 450, looking for 500. This is your last chance. Player going once, player going twice. I've got 500. I'm looking for 600 now. 600 in front, looking for 700. I've got 700, looking for 800 now. I'm looking for 800. I've got 700, looking for 800 at this moment in time. Looking for 800. I get 700. I've got 800 in front, looking for 900. I've got 900, looking for 1 million. Ek soek 1 miljoen nou vir Nicolas Rousseau. Ek het 900, ek soek 1 miljoen. I'm looking for 1 million. This is your last chance for 1 million. Ek het 900. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. DKC, 900,000. Okay, we're moving over to the next category now. And here is now the seam bowlers, under 19s. And we're going to start off with our first player. Edrich Grobler. Starting off on 300,000. 300. 300, ek het 300 daar, baie dankie. 350. 350,000. Anybody in the room for 350,000? Ek het 300, ek soek 350. This is your last chance. At 300. Player going once, player going twice. And sold. 300,000. Excellent team. Okay, next player, also seam bowler. And we've got Wilco De Bruin. Starting off on 300,000. For Wilco, 300,000. Ek het 300 agter, 350. 350 now. Do I have a 350? I've got 300, I'm looking for 350. Do I have a 350 in front? Looking for 400. 400,000. Now looking for 400,000. I've got 4 at the back. 450, 450, 500. Do I have 500 over there? Ek soek 'n 500,000. Het ons 'n 500,000. Ek het 450 hier voor, ek soek ek het 500 daar. I'm now looking for 600. 600 in front. Looking for 700. 700,000. Ek het 700 daar. Now looking for 800. Ek soek 800 hier voor, ek het hom gekry. Ek soek nou 900. I've got 900 over there. I've got 1 million up now. I'm looking for 1 million. 1 million. Standing on 900, but I'm looking for 1 million. Do I have 1 million? Ek het op 900 nou. I'm looking for 1 million. Anybody who wants to go for 1, I've got 1 million in the back. Now 1.1. 1.1 over here. Looking for 1.2. Now looking for a 1.2 million. Anybody who wants to go for a 1.2? Jy's op 1.1, ek het jou. So looking for 1.2. 1.2 at the back. Now 1.3. 1.3. I've got 1.3. 1.4 now. Looking for 1.4. 1.4 miljoen. Ek het 1.4 agter. 1.5. I've got 1.5. 1.6. I'm looking for 1.6 for Wilco De Bruin. 1.6. Hy staan op 1.5. Ek soek 1.6. 1.6. Anybody that wants to go for 1.6. This is your last. I got 1.6 over there. 1.7. 1.8. 1.8. 1.9. Looking for 1.9. 1.9. Ek het 1.8. Ek soek 1.9. Now looking for 1.9 million. Ek het 1.8. Looking for 1.9 at the back. Now looking for 2 million. Looking for 2 million. 2 million over there. 2.1. 2.1. 2.2. 2.2. 2.3. Now looking for 2.3 million. I've got 2.2. Looking for 2.3 million. Do I have it at the back? I've got 2.3 at the back. 2.4. 2.4 over here. Now 2.5. Now looking for a 2.5 million. I've got 2.4. I'm looking for a 2.5. 2.5. I've got 2.5 up at the back. 2.6. I've got 2.6 in front. 2.6. Now looking for 2.7. 2.7 million. Ek het 2.6. I'm looking for 2.7 million. That's 2.7 at the back. 2.8 in the front. Now looking for 2.9. 2.9 million. Do I have it at the back? 2.9 at the back. Now looking for 3. 3.1. Now looking for 3.1. I've got 3 million. Looking for 3.1 million. Ek het 'n 3 miljoen. Ek soek 3.1. Now looking for 3.1 million. Do I have it from the Shamrocks? Are you going to go for 3.1? I've got 3. I'm looking for 3.1. I've got 3.1 in the back. Now looking for 3.2. Looking for 3.2 million from DKC. Excellent team. Are you going to go for 3.2? Do we go 3.2? 3.1 at the back. I'm looking for 3.2. Do I have? I've got 3.2 now. Now looking for 3.3. 3.3. Enigiemand vir 3.3 miljoen. I've got 3.2. I need 3.3 now. Hier is jou laaste kans op 3.3. Hy staan op 3.2. Play going. I've got 3.3 now. 3.4. Now looking for a 3.4 million. Hy's op 3.3. Looking for a 3.4. I got 3.4 now. Now looking for a 3.5 million. 3.5. Standing on 3.4 million for DKC. I've got 3.5 for the Shamrocks now. Looking for 3.6 from DKC. I've got 3.5 from the Shamrocks. Looking for 3.6 from DKC. This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Shamrocks for 3.5 million. Okay, next player. Een vir Kleinans, 300,000. Kom ons begin daar. Een vir Kleinans vir 300,000. Anybody for 300,000? Player going once. Going twice. I've got 300,000. Anybody for 350 now? Ek het 300, ek soek 350. Anybody wants to go for 350? This is your last chance at 350. Going once. Going twice. Sold to Irene for 300,000. Next player, Nathan Dwayne Ferreira. And for Nathan Dwayne Ferreira, we're starting off 300,000. Do I have 300? I've got 300 over there. 350 now. 350. Het ons 350. Korte 350. Jy het 300. Now looking for 350. Anybody in the room for 350? This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. Rustenburg for 300,000. Seam bowler under 19. Eckhart Strubig. Oh, sorry. Rustenburg, are you full now? Yeah, okay. Confirmed, yeah. Okay, volgende speler, Eckhart Strubig. And we're starting on 300. 300,000 for Eckhart. Got 300 in the back. No 350. Looking for 350. 350 over here. Now looking for 400. 400 in the back. Looking for 450. Anybody wants to go for 450? I've got 350 in the back. 400 in the back. Looking for 450. Anybody wants to go for 450? Ek het 400. Ek het 450 hier. Now looking for 500. Anybody wants to go for 500,000? Ek het 450. Ek soek 500. Anybody wants to go for 500? This is your last chance. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold. 450 to JC 360. Okay, next player, Daniel Stein. And we kick off on 300,000. 300,000 for Daniel Stein. Anybody in the room for 300,000 for Daniel Stein? Going once, going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Aras Hussein for 300,000. Room is open for 300,000 for Hussein. 300,000. Anybody in the room going once, going twice? Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Volgende speler is Marnu Els. 300,000. Marnu Els. Anybody for 300,000? Marnu, I've got 300, looking for 350. 350. Ek het 300, soek 350 nou. Now looking for 350. Anybody in the room for 350? This is your last chance, standing on 300,000. Player going once. Player going twice. Sold. DKC for 300,000. Next player, Anrich Kloo. En ons begin om 300,000 vir Anrich. 300,000. Het ons enig iemand op 300? Last chance on 300,000. Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold at 300, and we'll go to reserve. Luca Byros. We've got 300,000 for Luca. 300,000 for Luca. Anybody at 300,000? I've got 300 in front, looking for 350. Now looking for 350. Anybody want to go for 350? Going once, twice, and sold. 300,000 to Vikings. Volgende speler, Jacques van Niekerk. So Jacques van Niekerk, 300,000. Enigiemand op 300,000? Ek het 300 agter, soek 350. Looking for 350 now. For Jacques, anybody at 350? 350 over there. Now looking for 400, please. Anybody want to go for 400,000? I've got 350, looking for 400. 400 over there. Looking for 450 now. Ek het 400, ek soek daar 450. I'm looking for 450. I've got 400, looking for 450. 450 over here. Now looking for 500. Anybody wants to go for 500,000? Ek het 450. 500,000. Anybody wants to go for 500,000? Player going once. Going twice. I've got 500 over there. I've got 600, okay? 600 over there. 700 now. Ek soek 700. Ek het 600. Ek het 700 agter. Now looking for 800. I've got 700, looking for 800. Now looking for 800,000. Enigiemand op 800,000. Ek het 700. Looking for 800. I got 800 in front. Looking for 900. Now looking for 900,000. Het ons 900,000 na agter. Ek het 900 na agter. Ek soek 'n miljoen. For 1 million now. Looking for 1 million. For Jacques van Niekerk, do I have a 1 million? Looking for 1 million. This is your last chance for 1 million. Player going once. I've got 1 million in front. Now looking for 1.1. 1.1 million. I've got 1 million looking for 1.1. Do I have a 1.1 at the back? Anybody else for 1.1? This is your last chance. Player going once. Going twice. Sold. 1 million to Vikings. Next player, Caden Dupree. And I've got 300,000. For Caden, 300,000, please. Enigiemand op 300,000? Ek het 300 hier. 350, 400. Looking for 450. Looking for 5. I've got 400, looking for 450 over there. Now looking for 500. Ek het hom daar. Ek soek daar 600. Now looking for 600,000. Got 600 over there. Now 700,000. Looking for 800,000. Looking for 800,000. I've got 700 over here. Now looking for 800,000. I've got 700. Looking for 800,000. I've got 800 over there. Ek het 900 daar. Now looking for 1 million. Ek soek 1 miljoen. Ek het 900. Ek het hom daar. 1.1. Ek soek 1.2. Now looking for 1.2. I've got 1.1, but now looking for 1.2 million. This is your last chance at 1.2 million. Standing at 1.1, play going once, going twice, and sold. 1.1 to DKC. Huh? Well, ek het nie gesien nie. Ek het nie gesien nie. As jy please if you do, but just put it up very high so I can see it clearly. Kan ons aangaan? 1.2. You want to go on? .3. Right. Let's go on. Let's go on. Okay. 1.3. Okay. Please put up your bats very high. Thank you. 1.3. 1.4. We've got 1.4. 1.5 now. Looking for 1.5. Trying to get to 1.5 million. Ek sê 1.5 nou. Ek het 1.4, ek het 1.5 daar by julle. Ek het jy's op 1.4, ek het jou 1.5. I'm looking for 1.5. Anybody wants to go for a 1.5? This is your last chance. Going at 1.4, going once, going twice. So, DKC 1.4. Thank you. Okay, next player, Johan Kutzer. Right. 300,000, 300,000 for Johan Kutzer. 300,000 for Johan Kutzer. Ek het 300 daar. Now looking for 350. 350. Ek het 350 agter. Now looking for 400. Ek het 400 hier so. Ek soek 450 nou. Now looking for 450. Ek het 400, ek soek 450. Ek het hom daar. Now looking for 500. Looking for 500. Ek het 450, ek soek 500 nou. Looking for 500,000. Anybody wants to go for 500,000? I get 450. This is your last chance at 450. I got 500 over there. Now looking for 600. Ek soek 600,000 nou. Anybody wants to go for 600,000? Ek het 5, ek soek 600,000. Ek het hom daar. Nou soek ek 700, ek het 700 hier voor. Ek soek 800,000 nou. Do I have 800,000? 800,000 in die kamer. Ek het 700, ek soek 800. I'm looking, I've got 800 over there, 900 over here, now for 1 million. Ek het hom daar, 1.1 hierso, 1.2. I'm looking for 1.2 million. Ek het 1 miljoen, ek soek 1.1, ek soek 1.2. 1.2 million now, that's what I'm looking for. Jy het 1.1, ek soek 1.2. Anybody in the room for 1.2? This is your last chance. Going once, going twice. Sold. DKC, 1.1 million. Okay, volgende speler, Andre Dievenage. Alright, starting off with Andre, 300,000. 300,000. Enigiemand in die kamer op 300,000? Going once. Going twice. I've got 300,000. Nou is ek 350. Het ek 350. Anybody for 350? Looking for 350? The last chance at 350. This is going once. Going twice. Sold. To Shamrocks, 300,000. Now going to the spinners on the 19s. Starting off with the first player. En ons begin by Duan Small. Duan Small. En ons begin op 300. Het ek 300? Anybody in the room for 300,000? Anybody in the room for 300,000? Ek het hom hierso. Nou ek het vir 350. 350? Het ek 350? Enigiemand vir 350,000? Still going on 350. Going once. Going twice. And sold to JC360 for 300,000. Yes. Yes. All right, under 19 off spin. All right. Riley Fokorot. 300,000. Anybody want to start on 300,000? Maak asseblief. Yes, got 300 over there. Now looking for 350. For Riley, 350. Anybody wants to go for 350? Okay, 300,000, soek 350. Player going once. Going twice. And sold to Excellentium, 300,000. Next player, Sean Castle. Starting off on 300,000. Sean Castle, 300,000. Anybody for 300,000 for Sean Castle? Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player, Ruan van der Vyver. En ons begin op 300 vir Ruan van der Vyver. Anybody got it at the back? 350 nou. 350 daar, ek soek 400. I'm looking for 400 at the back. I'm looking for 450. I'm looking for 450. Ek het 400, ek soek 450. I'm looking for a 450,000. I've got 450 over here. Now looking for 500. 500 over here. Now looking for 600,000. 600, 600, 700 now. Looking for 700. I got it over there. 800. Ek soek 800,000 nou. Ek het 700, ek soek 800,000. Ek het hom hier. Now looking for 900,000. I've got 800, looking for 900,000. Anybody wants to go for 900? Ek het 800, ek het 900 daar. Ek het 'n miljoen, het ek 'n miljoen by jou? Ek het 'n miljoen by jou? 1 million daar. Het ek 1.1, I'm looking for 1.1 million. 1.1 over here. Now looking for 1.2. 1.2 million. I've got 1.2 over there. 1.3. 1.3 over here. Now for 1.4. Over there. 1.5. Looking for 1.5 million. Standing on 1.4. Looking for 1.5 million. This is your last chance. Going at what? I got 1.5, 1.6, 1.6 in front, 1.7. I'm looking for 1.7 now. Anybody wants to go for 1.7? For Ruan van der Vyver, 1.7 at the back. Now looking for 1.8. 1.8 million. I get 1.7, ek soek 1.8. I'm looking for 1.8 million, 1.8 in front. Ek soek 1.9. Ek sê 1.9, ek het 1.9 daar agter, 2 miljoen nou. 2 million, ek het 1.9, ek het 2 voor. 2.1, I get 2.1, 2.2, I've got 2.3, now looking for 2.4, 2.4, 2.5, now looking for 2.6, 2.6, 2.7, oh we're going to have 2.7 at the back, now looking for 2.8 now, 2.9, looking for 2.3 million, looking for 3, I've got 3, looking for 3.1, 3.2, I'm looking for 3.2, 3.3 million, I'm setting on 3.2, looking for 3.3, I get 3.3 daar agter, now looking for 3.4, 3.4, 3.5, looking for 3.5, but instead of 3.4, looking for 3.5. This is your last chance at 3.5. I got 3.4, going once, going twice, and sold to JC360 for 3.4 million. Okay, next player, Andreas de Lange, 300,000. Ons begin op 300,000 van Andreas de Lange. Anybody at 300,000, please? Going once, going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. JC360, you guys fill up? One more. I'll be alright. Oh. Okay. Dames en heren, die laaste paar spelers, ek dink ons op dit is op 7 hoor, nie? About 7-ish, ja. Alright, Keegan Ashley Boyson, starting off on 300,000 for Keegan. Anybody for 300,000? Please indicate clearly. 300,000. Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Next player, Evaldus van Wyk. 300,000 vir Evaldus. Ons begin op 300,000. Anybody at 300,000? Evaldus, I've got 300 back. 350. Anybody for 350 vir Evaldus? 350 going once. Going twice. And sold to Irene for 300,000. Ruben Delmage for 300,000. Can I ask everybody maybe just be seated? Just want to see the bats, please. Thank you. All right, so for 300,000, for Ruben, have I got 300,000, please? Anybody for 300,000? Going off for 300 over there, 350. For Ruben, 350. Het ek iemand op 350,000. Player going once. Player going twice. And sold to Shamrocks for 300,000. Thank you. Next player, Jabu Mangena. And we're starting off on 300,000. 300,000 for Jabu. Anybody at 300,000 for Jabu, please make it clear. Going once. Going twice. Thank you. Player remains unsold and will go to reserve. Under 19 off spin, Matt van der Westhuizen, starting off on 300,000 for Matt. Do I have 300,000 for Matt? I've got 300 back. 350. Do I have a 350? I've got 350 over here. 400. Looking for 400,000. I've got 400 at the back. Now looking for 450 over here. Now looking for 500. Anybody wants to go for 500? I get 450, I get 500. I get 500 daar. Now looking for 600, 600 daar. Now looking for 700. I'm looking for 700. 700,000. I get 600, I soek 700,000. I've got 700 in the back. Now looking for 800. I got 800 over there. Now 900. I got 900. Now 1 bar. 1.1. Ek soek 1.1. Ek het 'n miljoen hier so. Ek soek 1.1 miljoen. 1 million. This is your last chance. Going once. Going twice. And sold to excellent team for 1 million. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That pretty much concludes our auction. I hope you guys enjoyed it and thank you so much for having me. Ek is nog gaar hoor. Ek wil nou net gaan slaap hoor. Thank you very much and all the best for the tournament. And yeah, if all goes well, I'll probably see you guys there. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. Cheers.